Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first thing she felt was the pressure, a subtle shift in the density of the air, a presence that had weight but no form. Alana stood in the center of her own kitchen, the cool Italian tiles a familiar landscape under her bare feet, and yet everything was foreign. The chrome of the kettle was too bright, the hum of the refrigerator too loud, the scent of last night's roasted chicken still clinging to the air, cloying and faintly greasy. Her chest tightened, a band of iron slowly cinching around her ribs. Her breath shallowed, becoming a series of small, stolen sips. She was not alone. The house, this beautiful glass and redwood box perched on a cliffside, was watching her. It had eyes in the grain of the wood, ears in the whisper of the central air. She turned slowly, her silk robe whispering against itself, a sound like falling leaves. The great room was empty. The floor-to-ceiling windows showed only the relentless gray of the Pacific, a churning slate under a low sky. Nothing moved, but someone was there. Someone was always there, just beyond the edge of sight, a breath held in the next room. This was her life now, a collection of afternoons strung together like beads on a fragile string. The accident had been 3 weeks ago. A blur of rain-slicked asphalt, the shriek of tearing metal, and then a void, a deep and absolute nothingness that had swallowed 2 hours of her life whole. The doctors called it retrograde amnesia, a perfectly normal response to trauma. They said the memories might trickle back, or they might not. The police had been polite, efficient. A deer, they suggested. Or perhaps she swerved to avoid one and lost control. The car was a testament to that loss, a crumpled sculpture of what had been, now sitting in the impound lot, waiting for the insurance adjusters to pronounce it dead. Her husband, Jorge, had been her anchor. He had sat by her hospital bed, his large, capable hand engulfing hers, his voice a low, steady murmur that pushed back the terror. He brought her home, tucked her into their bed with its 1,000 thread-count sheets, and promised her everything would be all right. He was a portrait of devotion, his dark eyes soft with concern, his movements around her always gentle, deliberate. He worked from his study now, the door always slightly ajar, a silent promise of his proximity. But sometimes, when he thought she was sleeping, she would see him standing at the window, his silhouette rigid against the twilight, and she would feel that same pressure, that same unseen watcher, and she wondered if it had been there all along, wearing her husband's skin. Her best friend Hannah came by every day with groceries or gossip, a whirlwind of cheerful energy that felt both necessary and exhausting. Hannah lived just down the winding coastal road, in a house nearly as beautiful and just as empty. She was the one who had introduced Alana to Jorge at a gallery opening years ago, a fact she never tired of mentioning. "My greatest matchmaking success," she would say with a laugh that was a little too bright, her eyes flicking over Alana's face as if searching for cracks in the glaze. She helped Alana piece together the timeline of the lost day. A coffee at that little place in the village, some errands, nothing out of the ordinary. But Alana would catch Hannah staring at Jorge when he poured her a glass of wine, a look that was not quite envy, not quite pity, but something more complicated, a secret folded into the lines around her mouth. The first crack in the veneer appeared on a Tuesday. Detective Miller returned, a large, quiet man whose presence seemed to absorb the light in the room. He did not sit. He stood in their living room, his hands in the pockets of his worn trench coat, and he asked about the car again, not about the accident, but about the car itself. Had she loaned it to anyone? Had Jorge used it that day? There were, he explained in his calm, gravelly voice, certain inconsistencies. The damage to the front bumper did not perfectly align with a collision with a guardrail, and there was the matter of the paint, a specific, uncommon shade of deep burgundy, a fleck of which was found embedded in their own car's mangled fender. Jorge had been the picture of cooperative confusion. No, he had taken his own car to the city that day. No, they never loaned the Mercedes out. It was Alana's car. He stood behind the sofa, his hands resting on her shoulders, a comforting weight that suddenly felt possessive, like a keeper calming his prized bird. After the detective left, the silence in the house was a physical thing. Jorge squeezed her shoulders and said, "Bureaucrats, they have to create work for themselves." He went to his study to take a call, closing the door for the first time since she'd come home. Alana drifted through the empty rooms. The house was a testament to their shared success, a collection of curated objects, a sculpture from Bali, a first edition of a Fitzgerald novel, a rug so soft it felt like walking on moss. It was all so perfect, so still. She ran her fingers over the spine of the book on the shelf. It was dusty, that was odd. Jorge was fastidious. The housekeeper came on Wednesdays. She pulled the book out. It was not a first edition at all, but a hollowed-out box. Inside, nestled in black velvet, was a gun, small, black, impossibly heavy in her hand. The metal was cold, a stark, final coldness that seeped into her palm. She had never seen it before. She had no memory of it, but her fingers knew the weight of it, the specific curve of the grip, a somatic memory, a ghost in her muscles. She put it back, her heart hammering against the iron band in her chest. The watcher was back, its gaze hot on the back of her neck. She went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water, her hand trembling so violently the water sloshed over the rim. That was when she saw it, a small, smeared mark on the white paint of the doorframe leading to the garage. It was reddish-brown, the color of dried clay or old blood. When Hannah came over the next day, Alana did not mention the gun. She mentioned the mark. They were in the garden, the salt wind whipping their hair. Hannah's face, usually so animated, went still. "Oh, that," she said too quickly. "That was from weeks ago. Dante, you remember, Jorge was trying to hang that terrible painting his mother gave us, and the bracket slipped. He cut his hand. I was here. I helped him clean it up." She reached for her wine glass. "You really shouldn't worry so much, Lana. You need to rest, to heal." But Alana did not remember. She remembered Jorge's hands being perfectly fine when he visited her in the hospital. She remembered no terrible painting from his mother. The lie was so smooth, so effortless, it was more terrifying than the truth could ever be. She looked at Hannah, her best friend, the woman who knew all her secrets, and she saw a stranger. The watcher had a face now, and it was smiling at her with perfect white teeth. That night she dreamt of the accident, not the void but the moments before, the hiss of the tires on wet pavement, the glow of another car's headlights in her rearview mirror approaching too fast, not the glare of high beams but a soft, distinctive halo. And then not the shape of a deer but the shape of a man stumbling into the road from the dark tree line, a man with a startled face, his mouth a dark O of surprise, and something in her hand, the cold, familiar weight of it. The dream shattered with the sound of shattering glass. She sat bolt upright in bed. The space beside her was empty. The digital clock read 3:18 a.m. She slipped out of bed and moved through the dark house, a ghost in her own home. The sound had come from Jorge's study. The door was closed, but a sliver of light bled from underneath. She heard his voice low, strained, a wire pulled taut. "It is not contained. Miller is not a fool. She is starting to remember things. No, I don't know what she knows. We have to be ready." A pause. "He is getting impatient. He wants it finished." She backed away, her blood turning to ice water in her veins. She retreated to the kitchen, her mind racing. The man in the road, the gun, the burgundy paint, the connected criminal, a phrase from a news report, a shadowy figure named Silas Voss, involved in things that required dark warehouses and silenced pistols. Was he the he? Was her life, this beautiful, fragile life, just a front for something else? The investigation turned. The fleck of burgundy paint was matched to a car registered to a man named Leo Cruz. Leo Cruz had been reported missing the day after Alana's accident. He was a small-time guy, a courier, the police said. He worked for people like Silas Voss, and he was now presumed dead. Detective Miller's questions became sharper, more direct. They were no longer about an accident. They were about a homicide. The domestic world crumbled completely. Jorge's devotion became a cage. His questions felt like interrogations. What did you and Hannah talk about today? You look tired. Did you not sleep well? Try to remember, my love. It is so important. He was trying to manage her memories, to prune them like a bonsai tree. Hannah's visits became less frequent, her excuses flimsy. When she did come, she and Jorge would share looks, a silent communication that excluded Alana, that placed her on the other side of a glass wall. Alana started her own investigation, a silent, secret one. She searched Jorge's study when he was on his long, mysterious calls. She found nothing. The book box was empty. The gun was gone. She went through his files, his computer, but it was all passwords and encryption. The past was a locked room, and she had thrown away the key in that car on the coastal highway. The climax came not with a shout, but with a whisper. Jorge had gone to the city for a meeting he could not postpone. Hannah was supposed to come stay with her, but she called, her voice tinny and distant on the speakerphone. A migraine, she said. She was so sorry. The house was hers alone. The feeling of being watched was so intense it was a hum in the air. She stood in the living room looking out at the churning gray ocean, and she knew. She knew she had to get out. She had to find a truth that was not filtered through Jorge or Hannah. She went to the garage, to her own car, the sedan Jorge had rented for her. The keys were on the hook by the door, but as she reached for them, she saw it. Tucked behind a stack of storage bins, almost invisible, was a car cover. She pulled at the edge. Underneath was a car she had never seen before, a compact, anonymous thing, and it was burgundy, a deep wine burgundy. There was a long, ragged scrape along the passenger side door, a scratch of silver against the dark paint. The pieces clicked into place with a sound that was almost audible. Jorge's car, the car he said he'd taken to the city. It had never left. He had used her car. He had been the one on the coastal highway. He had met Leo Cruz. Something had gone wrong. There had been a confrontation. Leo had stumbled into the road, and Jorge in her car had hit him, or had he done more? The gun. The cold, familiar weight. Had she been there? Had she been the one holding it? She heard the soft crunch of gravel on the driveway. Jorge was home early. She backed away from the burgundy car, her heart a frantic bird against her ribs. She ran back into the house, her mind screaming one word, run. But it was too late. He was in the kitchen, taking off his coat. He saw her face, the wild terror in her eyes, and his own face shifted. The mask of devotion slipped, and what was underneath was tired, calculating, and utterly cold. Alana, he said, his voice calm, what's wrong? The car, she whispered, the burgundy car. He sighed a long, weary exhalation. He walked to the sink and poured himself a glass of water, his movements still deliberate, still controlled. You weren't supposed to see that. You killed him, she said. You killed Leo Cruz. It is not that simple, he said, turning to face her. He was going to ruin everything. He had evidence, Alana, evidence on Voss and on me. He was trying to blackmail us. I met him to pay him off, but he got greedy. He threatened you. He said he'd come for you. When the accident? There was no accident, Jorge said, his voice flat. I was driving your car so it wouldn't be traced to me. He tried to run. I hit him. It was messy. I put him in the trunk. I was going to take care of it, but you found the car. You took the keys. You went for a drive. I don't know why. I came home and you were gone. I tracked your phone. I found you crashed. The airbag deployed and you had no memory. It was a gift, a second chance. The gun, she said, in the book. Your gun, Alana, he said softly, and his eyes were full of a terrible pity. You took it with you that night. You were always so afraid after the break-in last year. You must have had it in your purse. When I found you at the car, it was on the passenger seat floor. I took it. I got rid of it. I was protecting you. He was lying. She knew it with every fiber of her being. The memory was there, a shard of ice in the void, the feel of the grip in her hand, the kick of the recoil. The look on Leo Cruz's face, not as he stumbled, but as he fell, a dark flower blooming on his chest. She hadn't been a bystander. She had been the actor. Jorge had cleaned up her mess. His devotion was not love. It was damage control. He had been protecting himself, his business, his life with Voss. She was just a loose end that had conveniently forgotten how to unravel. The doorbell rang, a sharp, insistent sound that shattered the tense silence between them. Jorge's eyes flickered toward the door, a flicker of panic. It was Detective Miller. He stood on the doorstep, the gray sky behind him, his face grim. "Jorge O'Connell, Alana O'Connell, I need you to come down to the station. We've found Leo Cruz's body." Jorge became the devoted husband instantly, his arms sliding around her, pulling her close. "Of course, detective, whatever you need. My wife is still very fragile." As Miller spoke, his words formal and heavy, Alana looked over Jorge's shoulder out the window. Across the road, partially hidden by the cypress trees, was Hannah's car, and Hannah was standing beside it, watching them, not with shock or concern, but with a cold, satisfied stillness. She was not a friend caught in a tragedy. She was an audience member watching the final act. She had known, she had always known, and in that moment, Alana understood the final, ugly truth. Hannah's jealousy was not for what Alana had, but for what Jorge was. She was in love with him, and she had helped him. She had provided the alibi for the cut hand, she had steered the memories, she had been the silent partner in the cover-up. The betrayal was so complete it felt almost peaceful. They were taken to the station in separate cars. The interrogation was a blur of bright lights and soft-spoken questions. Jorge stuck to his story, a story that painted him as a man trying to protect his traumatized wife from a truth she could not bear. He admitted to moving the body. He admitted to hiding the burgundy car. He said he had panicked. He said everything was for Alana. Alana said nothing. She sat in the hard plastic chair, her hands folded in her lap, and she looked at the two-way mirror. She knew they were there, Miller and his partner, watching her, trying to see the crack. She thought of the gun, the cold weight. She thought of the man falling. And she knew with a certainty that was as deep and as dark as the ocean that she would never know for sure. Her own mind was the greatest mystery of all, a crime scene she could never leave. Had she pulled the trigger in fear, in cold blood? Had Jorge done it and she had simply seen it? The memory was a phantom, a ghost that whispered lies and truths in the same breath. They were released. There was not enough evidence. Jorge's lawyer was very good. The case was circumstantial. The public story was of a tragic accident, a cover-up born of panic, a husband's misguided love. The community, their friends, they all looked at them with a mixture of pity and morbid curiosity. Their beautiful world was a ruin, but they were still expected to live in it. The final scene was one of quiet desolation. Alana stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the same gray, churning Pacific. The house was silent, a museum of a life that had never truly existed. Jorge was in his study, the door closed. The pressure was back, the sensation of being watched. It was inside her now, a permanent tenant. She could feel the eyes of the police, the community, the ghost of Leo Cruz all upon her. She was a puzzle, even to herself. She walked slowly to the bookshelf. She ran her fingers along the spines, through the fine layer of dust, until she found the hollowed-out book. She had looked before after the police search, and it had been empty. But now her fingers found a small, folded piece of paper tucked into the very back of the box. She pulled it out. It was a receipt from a gas station 20 miles from where Leo Cruz's body was found, dated the night of the accident. The time stamp was 9:14 p.m. 2 hours after Jorge claimed to have been in the city, and the item purchased was a roll of heavy-duty duct tape and a bottle of bleach. She did not move, she did not cry out. She simply stood there, the paper held between her fingers as the gray light of the afternoon faded into evening. The watcher was in the room with her. It was her husband in the next room. It was her best friend down the road. It was the ghost in her own mind. And it was the detective who she knew was still watching the house, waiting for one of them to break. The investigation was a circle, and it was beginning again right here in the quiet of this beautiful, empty room. The mystery was not who had killed Leo Cruz. The mystery was who, in this house of lies, was the bigger monster. And that was a question that would never, ever be answered. It would just hang there in the salt-thick air forever. The receipt felt like a live wire in her hand, humming with a dangerous, silent truth. It was not proof of murder, but it was proof of a lie so specific and so damning it unraveled everything Jorge had built for them. He had not been in the city. He had been at a gas station near the disposal site buying supplies to clean up a crime scene. Her memory of the gun, the recoil, it was real. He had let her believe she might be the monster. He had nurtured that doubt, watered it with his pity, because a woman grappling with her own potential guilt was far less of a threat than a wife who knew her husband was a killer. She heard the soft click of his study door opening. His footsteps were quiet on the rug behind her. She didn't turn. She kept her gaze fixed on the ocean, her back to him, the paper clutched in her sweating palm. Alana, his voice was soft, the caring husband voice. It made her skin crawl. You've been standing there for a long time. Are you feeling unwell? She didn't answer. She willed her breathing to stay even, her body to remain still. She was a statue in her own living room. He came closer. She could feel his presence at her shoulder, a dark warmth. The detective called, he said, a new tension threading his words. They're re-examining some of the forensic evidence from the garage, something about the lighting. They'll be back tomorrow. He was waiting for a reaction, a gasp, a tremble, a question. She gave him nothing. The silence stretched, becoming a third presence in the room, charged and volatile. His hand came to rest on her arm. It was meant to be a comforting gesture, but his fingers were like talons. You know I would never let anything happen to you, don't you? We're in this together. We have to be strong. That was when she moved. Slowly, deliberately, she turned to face him. She didn't look at his eyes, she looked at his hand on her arm. Then she lifted her gaze to his. She saw the flicker of confusion, then the dawning understanding as he saw the cold, flat certainty in her expression. The performance was over. She didn't speak, she simply opened her hand, letting the crumpled receipt fall to the floor between them. A small, white flag of surrender that was really a declaration of war. His face did not contort in rage, it did not show fear. It just went blank, the way a screen goes blank when the signal is cut. The man she had loved, the man she had feared, was gone. What remained was a stranger, a calculation being made behind empty eyes. He looked from the paper on the floor to her face, and then he smiled. It was a small, terrible smile, devoid of any warmth or pretense. Okay, he said, the word a soft, final click. He released her arm. Okay, Alana. He turned and walked back to his study, closing the door. This time she heard the distinct, definitive sound of the lock turning. Alana stood rooted to the spot, the echo of that single word hanging in the air. It wasn't a threat, it wasn't a plea, it was an acknowledgement. The game had changed. The careful construction of her amnesia, the narrative of the protective husband, it was all obsolete. He knew that she knew. The only thing left was the end game. She looked out the window again. The sun had dipped below the horizon, setting the clouds on fire. Down the road, a single light went on in Hannah's house. Alana watched it, and for the first time she didn't feel the hot sting of betrayal. She felt a cold, clear purpose. She was no longer the victim, the amnesiac, the prize. She was a fact. She was a problem he had failed to solve. And as the last of the light bled from the sky, she knew that Detective Miller was not the only one watching. She was watching too, and she was finally fully awake. The house was a tomb. The silence was no longer empty, but filled with the echoes of that single word, okay. It was a period at the end of their story. She did not go to the kitchen. She did not make tea. She did not pretend to read. She walked to the front door and tested the handle. It turned freely. He had not locked her in. That, she realized, was the most terrifying thing of all. He was not afraid of her leaving. He was confident that there was nowhere for her to go, no one who would believe her. She went to the guest room, the one farthest from his study, and sat on the edge of the bed in the dark. She thought of the gun, her gun. She had bought it after the break-in, a time she now questioned. Had that even been real, or just another piece of stagecraft designed to make her feel vulnerable, to make the gun's presence in her purse seem logical? Jorge had gotten rid of it, he said. But he was a man who kept receipts for bleach and duct tape. He was a man who prepared. He would have kept a contingency plan. She thought of the floor safe in his study, hidden under the Persian rug. He thought she didn't know the combination, but she had watched him years ago, his back to her, his shoulders hunched. She had seen the sequence of numbers his fingers had pressed, the date of their wedding, the ultimate irony. He had used the foundation of their lie to lock away his truths. The house creaked, a normal sound that was now a footstep, a breath. She heard the low murmur of his voice from behind his study door. He was on the phone, to Voss, to Hannah. The plans were being redrawn with her as the central, unstable variable. She had to move, now, before the new story was written and she was assigned her part in it, a part that would likely end with a tragic relapse, a sleepwalking accident, a final, desperate plunge from the cliffs. She slipped out of the guest room and into the hallway. The study door was still closed, the light still on underneath. She moved past it, a shadow, into their former bedroom. In her walk-in closet, behind a stack of sweaters, was a go bag. An old habit from a life she barely remembered, a life where she was a different, more cautious person. A person who might have seen a man like Jorge coming. It held cash, a prepaid phone, a change of clothes, and her passport. He had never found it. It was the one secret she had kept without even knowing why. She slung the bag over her shoulder and crept back into the hall. The murmur from the study had stopped. She froze, listening. There was only the hum of the refrigerator and the frantic beating of her own heart. She had to get to the safe. It was a risk, a delay, but the gun was the only thing that could balance the scales. The lock on the study door was a simple one, not meant to keep out a determined intruder, only to provide a moment's warning. She took a bobby pin from her hair, her hands trembling but her mind eerily clear. The memory was there, not of this, but of a skill learned in a forgotten time. She worked the pin into the keyhole, feeling for the tumblers. A click. She turned the handle and pushed. The room was empty. The desk lamp was on, casting a pool of light on his polished desk. The computer was dark. She went straight to the rug, pulling it back to reveal the small steel door set into the floor. Her fingers, cold and clumsy, dialed the numbers, their wedding date. The lock released with a soft thunk. Inside there were bundles of cash, passports with different names, and a small black ledger. And there, nestled beside it, was her gun. The cold, familiar weight settled into her palm. It was loaded, of course it was. She tucked it into the waistband of her pants at the small of her back, the metal a shock against her skin. She took the cash and the ledger, stuffing them into her bag. She was about to close the safe when she saw one more thing tucked in the very back. It was a photograph. Her and Jorge laughing on a beach, and standing just behind them, her smile not quite reaching her eyes, was Hannah. Jorge had written on the back in his precise script, "The team." She closed the safe, replaced the rug, and stood up. As she turned to leave, her eyes fell on his desk. His phone was there, face up. The screen was lit, showing a sent text message. It was to Hannah, just 2 words, "She knows." The timestamp was from 5 minutes ago. He had known she was in here. He had heard her. He had let her do it. A floorboard creaked in the hallway. Alana didn't hesitate. She moved to the French doors that led from the study to the patio, unlocking them silently and slipping out into the cold, damp night. The ocean roared in the darkness below. She didn't head for the driveway. He would expect that. She cut across the manicured lawn toward the path that led down to the private cove. She was halfway across the lawn when the motion sensor flood snapped on, bleaching the grass in a harsh white light. She froze, exposed. She looked back at the house. Jorge was standing at the study window watching her. He wasn't trying to stop her. He was just watching, his expression unreadable from this distance. He lifted his hand, not in a wave, but in a gesture of farewell. Then from the direction of the road, she saw the sweep of headlights, not a police car. A dark SUV moving fast, turning into their driveway. Voss. Alana turned and ran. She plunged into the tree line at the edge of the property, the branches whipping at her face. The path down to the cove was steep and slippery with sea mist. She could hear the car doors slamming up at the house, voices sharp and commanding. They were coming for her. She reached the bottom, her breath sobbing in her chest. The cove was a small, crescent-shaped beach, walled in by cliffs. There was no way out but the path she had just come down or the churning black water. She was trapped. She pulled the gun from her waistband and turned to face the path, her back to the sea. The footsteps were coming down, crunching on the gravel, more than one set. She saw the beams of their flashlights cutting through the trees. This was the memory that had been waiting for her, not the car accident, not the gunshot. This, the feeling of being cornered, the cold weight in her hand. The certain knowledge that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, only survived, or not. She raised the gun, her arms steady, and waited for the first shadow to emerge from the dark. The first figure to break from the tree line was not Jorge nor Voss, it was Hannah. She stood at the edge of the sand, her face pale in the fragmented light from the cliffs above. She held no flashlight, no weapon. Her hands were empty, held out slightly from her sides, a parody of surrender. "Alana," she said, her voice carrying over the crash of the waves. "It doesn't have to end like this." From behind her, Jorge emerged, his movements calm, deliberate. He stopped a few feet behind Hannah, his eyes fixed on Alana, on the gun aimed at his chest. Voss remained on the path, a hulking silhouette, blocking her only escape. Like what Hannah, Alana's voice was raw, stripped bare by the salt wind. Like Leo, disposed of. Is that the team playbook? Jorge took a slow step forward, placing a hand on Hannah's shoulder, a united front. "You ray not thinking clearly, Alana. You ray unwell. The stress, the trauma, you ray having another episode." His words were for the others, for any hidden microphones, crafting the narrative even now. "Put the gun down. We can get you help." Hannah's gaze flickered to Jorge's hand on her shoulder, and for a split second, Alana saw it not just complicity, but a desperate, hungry devotion. She had helped him bury a man for this, for the right to stand beside him in the dark. "The receipt," Alana said, her aim unwavering. "The bleach, the tape. You weren't cleaning up my mess, you were cleaning up his." Jorge's smile was a thin, cruel line. "There is no his or hers, Alana. There is only ours. You pulled the trigger. I just handled the aftermath. We ray partners." The lie was so profound it stole her breath. He was rewriting the moment, binding her to him in blood and guilt forever. But the gun in her hand felt like the only real thing in the world. The memory of its recoil was a bone-deep truth he could not steal. Hannah took a hesitant step onto the sand. "Yes, right, Alana. It was an accident, a terrible accident, but we can fix this. We can still be a family." The word family was the final trigger. Alana's finger tightened on the cold metal. "You are not my family." A new light then, not from the cliffs, but from the water. A single, piercing beam cutting through the fog. A voice, amplified and authoritative, echoed across the small beach. "This is the police. Everyone, drop your weapons and put your hands in the air." Detective Miller's boat. He had been watching the water, the one escape route Jorge might use. In that moment of shattered attention, everything happened at once. Jorge's calm mask finally cracked, his eyes darting between Alana and the police boat. Hannah spun toward him, a question on her lips, and Voss, on the path, moved. Alana didn't shoot at Jorge. She swung the gun toward Voss as he charged, firing a warning shot into the sand at his feet. The report was deafening, swallowed by the cliffs. He froze. "Alana, no," Jorge shouted, but it was not a plea for her. It was a command. She looked past him at Miller and his officers spilling onto the beach from a second inflatable. She looked at Jorge, at Hannah, at Voss. They were a tableau of ruin. She had her proof, her gun, her memory. But she also had the certainty that the trial, the headlines, the endless dissection of her broken mind would be a different kind of death. She took a step back, then another, the icy Pacific water soaking through her shoes, her ankles, her calves. The cold was a shock, a baptism. "Alana, stop," Miller yelled. Jorge just watched, his expression now one of cold understanding. She was choosing her own ending. She turned her back on all of them, the husband, the friend, the police, and waded deeper into the black, churning water. The gun was still in her hand, a useless weight. The mystery was solved, but the truth was a cage. The waves pulled at her, and for the first time in a year, the pressure, the feeling of being watched, finally began to fade. She was just a woman, and the ocean was very large and very dark and very, very quiet. The water was a shock that stole her breath and her thoughts. It was not peaceful. It was a violent, churning chaos that pulled at her clothes and filled her mouth with the taste of salt and decay. A wave crashed over her head, driving her under. The cold was a pain so intense it felt like fire. This was not an escape. This was a surrender to the very elements he had used to dispose of Leo Cruz. Her body, acting on an instinct deeper than despair, fought back. Her legs kicked, her arms flailed, and she broke the surface, gasping, the gun still a dead weight in her fist. Another wave slammed into her, pushing her back toward the shore. She was not a strong swimmer. The ocean would not grant her the clean exit she had imagined. Lights danced on the water, voices shouted, distorted by the wind and surf. There, grab her. An arm hooked under her shoulders, rough and sure. She struggled, a final, futile act of defiance, but the grip was like iron. It was Voss, his face a grim mask of determination as he dragged her back through the surf toward the beach. She was a package to be retrieved, a problem to be contained. She was hauled onto the sand, coughing up seawater, her body shaking uncontrollably. A blanket was thrown over her shoulders. Detective Miller was there, his face close to hers, his voice low and urgent. "Alana, stay with me, it's over." She looked past him. Jorge and Hannah were being handcuffed by other officers. Jorge's eyes met hers across the sand. There was no anger there now, only a kind of weary resignation. He had lost, but as she watched him being led away, she knew his loss was not her victory. Trial was a spectacle, just as she had feared. The beautiful, broken heiress and the murder in the cliffside house. Jorge's defense was a masterwork of manipulation, painting a picture of a mentally unstable wife he had tried desperately to protect, a woman who had fabricated a story of his guilt to escape her own. But the ledger from the safe was his undoing. It detailed payments to Voss, to Hannah, and a timeline of the cover-up that was too meticulous to deny. Hannah offered a deal broke. She testified that Jorge had come to her that night, frantic, saying Alana had shot Leo in a confused panic. She had helped him out of love, out of a twisted sense of loyalty, believing she was protecting Alana as much as Jorge. The jury believed the evidence, not the story. Jorge was convicted. Voss, too. Hannah received a lighter sentence. Alana sold the house. She donated the money, every last cent of it, to a foundation for victims of coercive control. She moved to a small town where no one knew her name, where the air did not smell of salt, and where the windows had no view of the water. She lives quietly, she tends a garden, she works at a library. The days are simple, but the watchers are still there. They are in the eyes of a stranger who looks at her a moment too long. They are in the click of a lock turning in her own quiet home. They are in the ghost of a recoil that sometimes, in her dreams, still jars her awake. The mystery was solved, the monsters were named and caged, but some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed. She is free, but she is also forever the woman who looked into the abyss of her own life and saw, staring back, not a monster, but a reflection of a truth too terrible to forget. And she knows, with a certainty that is as solid as the gun she once held, that she will always be watching, too. She finds a strange comfort in the routine of the library. The scent of old paper and binding glue is nothing like the sterile, lemon-scented air of the house by the sea. Here the stories are contained within covers, their endings fixed and known. She is careful, always careful. She varies her route to work. She checks the locks on her door 3 times each night. The gun is legal now, registered and locked in a small safe by her bed, but she hopes never to touch it again. One Tuesday afternoon, a man approaches the circulation desk. He is older, with a kind, weathered face and the tired eyes of someone who has seen too much. He asks for a book on local bird species. His voice is calm, his hands are steady. But as she helps him navigate the catalog, a cold trickle of familiarity runs down her spine. She cannot place him. He is just a patron, yet her heart hammers against her ribs, a primal drumbeat of warning. He thanks her and moves toward the stacks. She watches him go, her body rigid. She forces a breath, tells herself she is being paranoid, that the past is a country she has left behind. But when her shift ends and she steps out into the dull twilight, she sees him again. He is across the street, leaning against a car, not looking at her, but his presence is an anchor thrown into the calm waters of her new life. She walks, her keys clenched between her fingers. She does not look back. At her car, she fumbles with the lock, her hands shaking. As she pulls the door open, a slip of paper flutters from the windshield wiper. It is not an advertisement. It is a single, crisp white rectangle. On it, typed in a familiar, precise font, are 4 words. Did you really win? The paper crumples in her fist. She looks up, scanning the street, the parking lot, the faces in passing cars. He is gone. The world looks normal, mundane, but the message is clear. The game was never about the trial, the verdict, the prison sentence. It was about her. And from somewhere in the shadows of a life she thought she had escaped, Jorge was still playing. She starts the car, her knuckles white on the wheel. The watching, it seems, has only just begun. The engine turned over with a mundane rumble, a sound utterly at odds with the seismic shift inside her. She drove home on autopilot, every stop sign, every turn signal, a practiced performance of normalcy. Her eyes flicked constantly to the rearview mirror, searching for a tail, for the glint of a familiar face. Nothing, that was the point. He would not be so obvious. Inside her small, rented house, she locked the door, engaged the deadbolt, and slid the chain into place. She leaned against the wood, the crumpled note still in her hand. She didn't need to smooth it out to read the words again. They were burned into her vision. Did you really win? It wasn't a question, it was a statement. He was telling her that his conviction, his imprisonment, were merely acts in a longer play. He had people. Of course he had people. Voss had associates, and Hannah had a brother who had always looked at Jorge with a kind of awe. The network was smaller, but it was still there, a dormant web waiting for a signal. She went to the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and drank it slowly, forcing her hands to be steady. Panic was a luxury she could not afford. It was what he wanted. He wanted her to run, to make a mistake, to prove that he still held the strings, even from a cell. The prepaid phone from her go-bag was in a drawer, still charged. She stared at it. Calling Miller would be the logical step. But what would she say? That she'd received a cryptic note. It was harmless, unthreatening. It would be filed away, another symptom of the traumatized woman from the Cliffside case. Jorge would have anticipated that, too. He was using her own history, her documented instability, as a shield. She thought of the ledger, the one she had taken from the safe. She had given it all to the police, but not before she had memorized certain pages, certain codes and initials that had no obvious meaning. One set of initials, PK, and a series of numbers had been written next to a single, significant withdrawal. She had always assumed it was another payoff, another ghost in Jorge's machine. Now she wondered. She went to her laptop, her fingers hovering over the keys. A search for PK in the nearby city was too broad. But the numbers, they were a date, 6 months from now, and an amount, $50,000. It wasn't a payment for a past service. It was a reservation for a future one. The note was not just a taunt, it was a warning shot. He was showing her that his reach extended beyond the prison walls, that his plans were still unfolding. The $50,000 was for her. For PK, the initials of a problem solver. She closed the laptop. The silence in the house was no longer peaceful. It was a held breath. He hadn't sent the note to scare her into running. He had sent it to scare her into staying, into living every moment in this state of hypervigilant dread, waiting for the other shoe to drop. He was imprisoning her in a cage of her own making, a cage far more effective than the one he inhabited. Alana stood and walked to the window, peering through the blinds at the quiet, empty street. She would not run. She would not call the police. She would go to work tomorrow. She would check out books on bird species. She would live her life, but she would also begin her own search for PK, for the threads of his network. The woman who had walked into the ocean was gone. The woman who had emerged was someone else, someone who understood that freedom wasn't a location or a legal status. It was a war, and the note in her pocket was a declaration. She would not just be the watcher anymore. She would become the hunter. The next morning at the library, the world had a new, sharp clarity. Every patron was a potential messenger, every car idling outside a possible threat. She processed books and answered questions, her movements automatic. While her mind worked on the problem of PK, it was a ghost hunt, with only 2 letters and a future date to guide her. During her lunch break in the privacy of the staff room, she used the library's computer, its history set to erase upon logout. She started not with a name, but with the nature of the service. 50,000 was a specific price for a specific job. It was too much for simple intimidation, not enough for a high-profile assassination. It was a mid-range fee for a mid-range problem, someone like her. She cross-referenced local private investigators, security consultants, and known freelance operatives with the initials PK Nothing Fit. Then she broadened the search, looking for any news articles, legal cases, or corporate filings involving a PK in the region. Hours of digging yielded only dead ends and irrelevant leads. Jorge had chosen well. This was a ghost, a professional who left no digital footprint. Frustration was a cold knot in her stomach. He was ahead of her, he always had been. She was about to log off when she remembered the ledger's physicality. Jorge was a man of paper, of tangible records. He would have a hard copy somewhere, a backup. The police had seized everything from his study, but he was a master of contingency. He would have a second vault. Hannah, she would know, she was the keeper of his secrets, the organizer of his chaos. Visiting her was a risk, a direct line back to the past. She was trying to hunt from the shadows, but it was the only thread she had. The prison visiting room was a landscape of muted colors and low, anxious sounds. When Hannah was let in, she looked smaller, faded, her devotion stripped of its context and leaving only a hollowed-out woman. Her eyes widened when she saw Alana. "You," she whispered, sinking into the chair opposite the plexiglass barrier. "I need to know where he keeps his backups, Hannah. The real records, not the one in the safe." Hannah gave a short, bitter laugh. "Why, so you can have him locked away longer. He's already in a cage, Alana. You won." Alana leaned forward, her voice low. He sent me a message, a question. Did you really win?" A flicker of something recognition passed over Hannah's face. She looked down at her hands. "I don't know anything." "He has someone on the outside, Hannah. Initials PK, he's paid them to do something, to me. If you ever cared for me at all, you will tell me what you know." Tears welled in Hannah's eyes. "He said you'd come. He said you'd ask about the Green Book." A cold thrill shot through Alana. The Green Book, a simple, leather-bound journal she had always assumed was for his poetry. Where is it? "He said to tell you it's in the one place you both loved before you stopped loving each other." Hannah's voice was a broken whisper. "Now please, leave me alone." Alana stood, the plastic chair scraping loudly on the floor. The one place. The answer came to her instantly, a memory from a life that felt like it belonged to someone else. The old boathouse, the one on the lake from their first summer together, before the money, before the house on the cliff, before everything turned to poison. It was a place of sun-bleached wood and the smell of pine, a place that existed only in the before. He had kept it, of course he had kept it, and he had hidden his truth in the heart of a dead memory. The hunt was no longer a digital phantom chase, it had a location. She walked out of the prison, the institutional air replaced by the open sky. She was not going to wait for PK to find her. She was going to find the Green Book, and she was going to learn the rules of his endgame before he had a chance to play it. The drive to the lake took 5 hours. She used cash for the tolls and fuel, parking her car a mile from the boathouse in a dusty pull-off used by hikers. The rest of the way she walked, the afternoon sun warm on her shoulders, a stark contrast to the cold dread coiling in her stomach. The woods were thick here, the air smelling of damp earth and pine needles. It was a world away from the churning Pacific, a different kind of isolation. She saw the boathouse through the trees, its green paint peeling, the dock sagging into the still, brown water. It looked abandoned, forgotten. But as she drew closer, she saw the new, heavy-duty padlock on the door, a recent addition. Her heart beat a little faster. He had been here, or someone had, long after their last summer together. The lock was sturdy, but the wood around the hasp was old and soft. She used a tire iron from her car, working it into the gap, leveraging it until the wood splintered and the lock tore free with a screech of protesting metal. The door swung inward on stiff hinges, revealing a dark, dusty space. Inside, the air was stale. A single rowboat lay overturned on sawhorses, a shroud of cobwebs covering its hull. Light filtered through grimy windows, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the beams. Her eyes scanned the shadows, looking for a safe, a loose floorboard, a hidden compartment. It felt like a fool's errand. He could have meant anything. Then she saw it, tucked on a high, narrow shelf between a rusted can of paint and a mildewed life jacket, was a simple green leather journal. She had to stand on the rowboat's hull to reach it, the wood groaning under her weight. Her fingers closed around the soft leather. She pulled it down, blowing dust from its cover. She didn't open it immediately. She carried it outside into the fading light and sat on the rickety dock. The lake was perfectly still, a mirror for the darkening sky. This was the place he had chosen, not for sentiment but for symbolism. This was the before. He was reminding her of what she had lost, of what he had destroyed. She opened the book. The pages were filled with Jorge's tight, precise script. It was not a ledger of payments. It was a chronicle of control. It detailed his manipulations of business rivals, his early grooming of Hannah, his subtle undermining of Alana's friendships. And then near the end, she found the entry, the plan for Leo Cruz. It was cold, clinical, outlining the staged argument, the planted gun, the role Voss would play. He had written it all down, a blueprint for her destruction. Her hands trembled as she turned the final pages. There on the last written leaf was a new entry. The date matched the one from the ledger, and below it, a single paragraph. The asset is activated. PK understands the parameters. No violence unless necessary. The primary objective is reclamation. She must be made to see the fragility of her new world. She must choose to return to the structure I provide. If she will not be mine, she will be no one's. Reclamation, the word hit her with the force of a physical blow. He didn't want her dead. He wanted her broken, isolated, and utterly dependent once more. He wanted to orchestrate her return to him, a final, twisted proof of his power. PK was not an assassin. He was a puppeteer, tasked with pulling the strings of her life until the only shelter she could imagine was the cage Jorge had built for her. She heard a car engine, distant but approaching. A single vehicle moving slowly down the access road. He had known she would come. The note, the message through Hannah, it was all a trail of breadcrumbs leading here. PK was not waiting for the future date. The game had already begun. Alana stood, the green book clutched in her hand. She didn't run for the woods. Instead, she walked to the end of the dock and looked out over the dark water. She had the truth now, the full, ugly scope of his plan. He believed she was still a piece on his board, moving according to his design. But as the headlights cut through the trees, painting the boathouse in their stark white glow, she made a decision. She would not be reclaimed. She would not be broken. She would use his own playbook against him. The hunter was ready, and she knew exactly what she had to do. Story 2. The ashtray sat on the corner of the marble mantelpiece, a forgotten god. It was a heavy, cut crystal thing, the kind that belonged to a different era, and it was filled not with ash but with a fine gray dust that had settled over the months of silence. A single dead fly lay at its center, a tiny black period in a sentence no one had finished reading. I watched it sometimes from my usual chair, the leather groaning under my weight as if in sympathy. That ashtray was the one thing George never touched, never had polished. It was a relic from the night Salvator Big Sal Abindando finally coughed his last in the room above us, the scent of his cheap cigars still clinging to the velvet drapes long after the man himself had been planted in the cold earth. It was a monument to absence. And I, Avery, was the one who had been chosen to fill the void he left, a role I had never asked for and now felt closing around me like a custom-made suit that was just a little too tight in the shoulders. George was the old world. He moved through the rooms of this Long Island house with a slow, deliberate grace, a man for whom time had become a deep, wide river rather than a rushing stream. His hands, gnarled and spotted with age, could still hold a silence in the room with the weight of a tombstone. He had taken me in when I was 16, a raw kid with a smart mouth and nothing to lose, my own father having vanished into the mist of his own poor decisions. George saw something in me, he said, a clarity. A lack of sentiment. He taught me the rules, not the rules of the street, those were for common thugs, but the rules of the house. A man's word is his bond. You look a man in the eye when you speak to him. You never involve the families. You settle your own debts. It was a code, a religion of sorts, and this house was its cathedral, smelling of lemon oil and old money, and the faint, metallic whisper of the guns we kept locked away in the study. The world outside, however, had stopped believing in that religion. The FBI had become a constant, low-grade hum in the background of our lives, like a refrigerator you only notice when it stops. They guarantee the brash G-men of George S. stories. They were men in cheap suits with patient eyes and recording devices that could pick up a whisper from a block away. They were the tide and we were the sandcastle, and George, for all his wisdom, was a king who refused to acknowledge that the ocean was rising. The conflict began not with a bang, but with a series of small, calculated slights. A shipment of goods, legal on the surface but with a much more valuable heart, was intercepted at the docks. Not seized, just delayed, paperwork lost, inspections suddenly mandatory. It was the work of the Vassy brothers, two young snakes who had shed the skin of the old ways. They operated out of glass towers, their violence outsourced, their loyalty a currency that fluctuated with the market. They saw George S. code as a weakness, a superstition. They wanted the territory, the remaining legitimate businesses, the whole crumbling empire, and they knew the FBI was doing half the work for them. George called me into his study one evening. The room was dark, lit only by a green-shaded lamp on his desk. The light caught the crystal ashtray on the mantel, making the dead fly look like a jewel in a cursed crown. He was pouring 2 glasses of Amaro, the liquid thick and dark as blood. "They have no honor, Avery," he said, his voice a dry rustle of leaves. "They think because they have no code they are strong, but a man with no code is a building with no foundation. The first strong wind and he collapses into dust." He handed me a glass, our fingers touched, his skin cool and papery. "I am an old man, I have made my peace, but this family, it cannot fall to animals. It must pass to someone who understands the architecture, who understands that the silence between words is often more important than the words themselves." He was talking about succession. He was talking about me. The weight of it pressed down on me, the air in the room growing thick and heavy as water. I was to be the guardian of a dying flame, the last curator of a museum no one wanted to visit anymore. The pressure came from all sides. The FBI agents, Miller and Rossi, started making their presence more known. They'd be in a diner when I went for coffee, or parked outside the house, their sedan a bland, government-issue shark. Miller, the older one, had the weary eyes of a man who had seen too many variations of the same story. He cornered me one rain-slicked afternoon outside a bookshop. "Avery," he said, the name sounding like an indictment. "You're a smart guy. College, you read books. You don't belong in that mausoleum with a relic like George. He's going down. The whole thing is coming down. The Vassy boys are just the vultures circling the carcass. We can offer you a way out, a new name, a new life." The rain dripped from the awning, a steady, hypnotic tap, tap, tap on the pavement. A new life. The words hung in the damp air, shimmering with possibility. I could almost smell it, the clean, anonymous scent of a place where no one knew my name, where the past was a country I had left behind. But then I thought of George, of the weight of his hand on my shoulder, of the lessons that felt less like instructions and more like parts of my own skeleton. To leave would be to tear out my own bones. The spiral began then, the thoughts that would not let me go. They were like the grooves on a record, the needle stuck, playing the same few bars of music over and over. The ashtray on the mantel, George S. tired eyes, Miller S. offer, the cold, greedy smiles of the Vassy brothers. They were all connected, a web I was trapped in, and every path I considered seemed to lead back to the same center, the same terrible choice. Loyalty or survival, the past or the future. I would lie in my bed at night, in the room George had given me, and listen to the house settle, every creak and groan sounding like a footstep, a whisper, a promise of violence to come. It was a Tuesday when the world finally fractured. I came back from a meeting, a pointless exercise in maintaining a front of normalcy, and found the house too quiet. The usual low murmur of the television from the kitchen was absent. The smell of espresso was missing. I found Maria, George's wife of 50 years, sitting perfectly still in the parlor, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes fixed on the empty fireplace. She didn't look at me. She just said one word, her voice flat and hollow. Study. He was in his chair, the high-backed leather throne behind the desk. For a moment I thought he was sleeping. His head was tilted back, his eyes closed. But then I saw the dark, blooming flower on the front of his white linen shirt just over his heart. The air smelled of cordite in that cheap cigar, the one he only smoked when he was deeply troubled. And on the desk, placed squarely in the center of the green blotter, was the crystal ashtray from the mantel. It was clean, polished to a high shine, the dead fly gone. It gleamed under the lamp light, empty and profound. The aftermath was a blur of quiet panic and loud silences. The clan members arrived, their faces masks of shock and calculation. The police came, and then the FBI. Miller and Rossi moved through the house like ghosts, their eyes taking in everything. Miller looked at me, a long, measuring look, and then his gaze drifted to the clean ashtray on the desk. He didn't ask about it. He just noted it, filed it away in the endless catalog of his mind. They asked me questions. Where had I been? Who had I seen? Did George have any enemies? The questions were a formality. Everyone knew who the enemies were. The Vassy brothers had made their move. They had broken the oldest rule, the one about the sanctity of the boss in his own home. It was an act of war. But as I sat there, giving my answers in a voice that sounded distant and calm, the spiral in my mind tightened. The ashtray. Why move it? Why clean it? It was a gesture. It was a message. But from whom and for whom? The funeral was a somber, rain-drenched affair. The old guard was there, men with names like stones from the old country, their hats in their hands. The Vassy brothers did not come, but their presence was felt, a malevolent chill in the air. I stood at the graveside, the designated heir, the new head of a body that had just lost its heart. The clan members looked to me, their eyes asking the unspoken question. What now? Do we follow the code? Do we wage a war we cannot win against the new wolves and the federal government all at once? I looked at their faces, these men of violence and tradition, and I saw only fear. Fear of the future, fear of prison, fear of a bullet in the dark. That night, alone in the study, I sat in George's chair. The house was empty, the others having retreated to their own worries. The clean ashtray was back on the mantel. I stared at it, and the spiral of my thoughts became a whirlpool, sucking me down. George teaching me to tie a tie. George handing me a gun for the first time, its weight cold and final in my hand. George speaking of honor. Miller offering me a way out. The Vassy brothers, their laughter like breaking glass. The look in Maria's eyes, not of grief, but of a terrible, weary knowledge. The ashtray dusty. The ashtray clean. The gun in George's desk drawer, the one he kept for emergencies, which smelled of oil and had one bullet missing from the chamber. I must have fallen asleep in the chair, because the dream came to me then, not as a story, but as a sensation. I was in the ocean, the tide that George had refused to see, and I was trying to hold onto a heavy, cut crystal ashtray. It was pulling me under, its weight immense, dragging me down into the dark, cold silence. And as I sank, I saw George, not as an old man, but as a young one, his eyes clear and fierce, and he was holding the other end of the ashtray, pulling me back toward the surface. But then his face changed. It became Miller's face, patient and relentless, and he was pushing me down into the depths. And then it was my own face, reflected in the polished crystal, my own eyes staring back at me, empty of everything except the question. I woke with a start, the dawn light gray and weak at the windows. The house was still silent. The investigation, the official one, would continue. Miller would keep digging. The clan would wait for my order. The Vassy brothers would be waiting too. But as I sat there in the chair of the dead king, the lines between loyalty and betrayal, between murder and mercy, between a forgotten detail and a deliberate clue, had all blurred into a single, incomprehensible haze. I had the power. I had the name. I had the empire of dust, and I no longer knew if I had been the savior George believed me to be, or the instrument of his end, or simply a young man caught in a story that was already over, turning the final, beautiful, and terrible page in a book I had never meant to read. The truth was not a single thing, solid and knowable. It was the dust that had been in the ashtray, now wiped away. It was the fly, once evidence of a long stillness, now gone. It was the echo of a single gunshot in a quiet room, a sound that had already dissolved into the silence from which it came, leaving no clear sense of what really happened, only the unsettling, oniric certainty that nothing would ever be the same. The first thing I did was open the desk drawer. The gun was still there, the old metal gleaming dully. I didn't touch it. I just looked at the cylinder, confirming what I already knew. One chamber was empty. I closed the drawer, the soft thud echoing in the pre-dawn stillness. My hand went to my own temple, a dull throb beginning behind my eyes. The dream-esque sensation of sinking, of being pulled down by that impossible weight, clung to me like a shroud. Maria was in the kitchen when I entered. She had made coffee, the rich scent a stark contrast to the sterile silence of the rest of the house. She placed a cup in front of me without a word. Her movements were economical, precise, as if any wasted motion might cause her to shatter. I watched her, this woman who had been a mother in all but name, and I saw the deep cracks in her composure. It wasn't grief, it was resolution. She sat opposite me, her hands wrapped around her own mug. She didn't look at me, but at the steam rising between us. "He was tired, Avery," she said, her voice low and steady. "He was so very tired. The doctors, they gave him 3 months. That was 6 weeks ago. The pain, it was a beast eating him from the inside." I said nothing. The coffee was bitter on my tongue. He saw the end coming from 2 directions, the cancer and the vassus. He would not let the animals have what he built. He would not die in a hospital bed, wasted away to nothing, waiting for them to come for him. He chose his own exit, a final act of will. My mind raced, fitting the jagged pieces together. The moved ashtray, the cleaned ashtray, it was her. She had come in after, she had seen it, and she had performed this last, loving act of housekeeping, erasing the immediate evidence of his despair, presenting a scene of murder to the world, to give us a cause, to give me a reason to fight or a reason to flee without shame. She had given me an out, wrapped in the guise of an attack. "He left a letter," she continued, still not meeting my eyes. "For you, in the safe, behind the Degas print. The combination is your birthday." I found it there, a single sheet of heavy, cream-colored paper in a plain envelope. His handwriting, usually so firm, was a spidery, wavering script, the pen digging deep in some places and skipping in others. "Ivory, if you are reading this, I am gone. Do not mourn a man who chose his own path. The world I knew is gone, and I have no place in the one that remains. I will not be a ghost haunting its own corpse. I am leaving you with a choice, the one I no longer have. The letter details the Vassy encroachments, their methods. It is your justification, should you wish to use it, to rally the men and fight. It is a valid path. Honor demands it. But I also know the FBI has spoken to you. Miller is a pragmatic man. This letter in his hands would be the final piece he needs to bury the Vassus for a decade. You could trade it for your freedom. That, too, is a valid path. Survival demands it. The ashtray was always a reminder that even gods are forgotten. Do not become a relic. Be the architect of your own house. Whatever you choose, know that I have seen a son in you. Be well. I folded the letter carefully. The weight of it in my breast pocket was heavier than any gun. Maria was standing in the doorway of the study, her coat on. "I am going to my sister's in Florida," she said. "There is nothing for me here now." I just nodded. There were no words adequate for that kind of goodbye. An hour later, I was in the diner. Miller and Rossi slid into the booth opposite me, their faces expectant. The clatter of plates and the low hum of conversation formed a protective bubble around us. "You look like you haven't slept, Avery," Miller said, his tone not unkind. "I have a question," I said, my voice rough. "If you had something that could put away the people who are causing all this trouble, but it came from a source you couldn't use in court, what would you do with it?" Miller's eyes narrowed slightly, a hypothetical. "Of course." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "In a situation like that, you find a way to make it usable. You let the other side make a mistake. You create a scenario where the evidence presents itself in a cleaner way. It's not about the letter of the law, son. It's about the spirit. We want the same people off the board." I looked from his weary, pragmatic face to Rossi's younger, more intense one. I thought of George's letter, a weapon that could start a war or buy a pardon. I thought of the empty ashtray, a symbol of an ending that was also a beginning. I stood up, leaving a 20 on the table for the coffee I hadn't drunk. "Thank you for your time, gentlemen." Miller's gaze was a physical pressure on my back as I walked out. The sun was higher now, washing the street in a pale, indifferent light. I stood on the sidewalk, a man standing at a crossroads where every signpost had been deliberately knocked down. I had the power, I had the name, I had the empire of dust, and for the first time I understood that the choice wasn't between loyalty and betrayal or the past and the future. It was about what I would build from the ashes of both. I turned and started walking, not back toward the mausoleum on Long Island, but toward the glass tower where the Vassy brothers conducted their business, the letter a quiet, burning coal in my pocket. The game was indeed over. It was time to invent a new one. The lobby of the Vassy Tower was a monument to glass and polished steel, a cold, echoing space designed to intimidate. I felt every eye on me, the scuffed shoes and the worn coat I had not changed since George's death, marking me as an intruder from a different world. I didn't ask for permission. I walked to the elevator and pressed the button for the penthouse. A security guard moved to stop me, but I just looked at him, and something in my face, some hollowed-out certainty, made him hesitate just long enough for the doors to slide shut. The elevator opened directly into their office. It was vast, with a panoramic view of the city, the world laid out like a promise. Leo Vassy was standing by the window, a phone to his ear. Marco was lounging on a white leather sofa, idly scrolling through a tablet. They both looked up, their surprise quickly hardening into amusement. "Avery," Leo said, hanging up the phone. He spread his hands. "To what do we owe this honor? Come to pay your respects to the new management." I didn't answer. I walked to the center of the room, my footsteps silent on the thick carpet. I took George's letter from my pocket. I didn't hand it to them. I simply held it up. "This is a detailed account of your operations," I said, my voice flat and carrying in the quiet room. "The dock shipments, the shell companies, the names of your lieutenants, it's all here. George wrote it." Marco sat up, his amusement fading. Leo's smile tightened. "An old man's scribblings, it proves nothing." "It doesn't have to," I said. "It's not for a court, it's for the FBI. They have most of it already. This is the key that fits all the locks. Miller will have you both in a cage by the end of the month." I saw the flicker of doubt in Leo's eyes. He was a creature of calculated risk, and this was a variable he hadn't accounted for. "So why bring it to us? You could have just given it to them." "Because I am not giving it to anyone," I said. I carefully, deliberately tore the letter in half, then I tore it again. I let the pieces flutter from my hand onto their immaculate floor. "The war is over. You won. The territory, the businesses, the remnants of the clan, it's yours. I am dissolving what's left. There is no one to fight." The silence in the room was absolute. They were confused. This was not how the game was played. There was supposed to be a bloody last stand, a dramatic final act, not this quiet, deliberate surrender. "What do you want?" Marco asked, his voice suspicious. "A clean break," I said. "You leave me and mine alone. The few people still loyal to the old ways, you let them walk away. You get the empire, such as it is, without a costly fight, and I walk out of this building and out of this life." Leo studied me, his head cocked. He was looking for the trap, the hidden knife. He saw none. He saw only a man who had let go of something heavy. You were just giving up. "I am choosing a different foundation," I said. I turned and walked back toward the elevator. I half expected a bullet in the back, a final act of pointless violence, but none came. They were too stunned, too suspicious of a move they couldn't comprehend. As the elevator descended, I felt a lightness I hadn't known in years. I had not chosen George's path of war, nor Miller's path of witness protection. I had chosen a third path, one of my own making. I had used the thread of the past not to resurrect it, but to bury it. I walked out of the tower and into the midday crowd, just another man on a busy street. The hum of the city was different now. It wasn't the hum of a refrigerator in the background of my life. It was the sound of the world, vast and indifferent and full of possibility. I had been the guardian of a dying flame, and I had chosen not to fight the wind, but to simply let it go out. The silence it left behind was not an emptiness, but a space waiting to be filled with something new. I went to the bank and emptied the safe deposit box George had maintained for me. It held cash, passports, and a single unregistered pistol. I took the money and left the rest. From a payphone, I made a series of short, coded calls to the few men who deserved to know. I told them the fight was over, that the Vasses had conceded, and that they should take their families and disappear. There was relief in their voices, a palpable release of tension. They had been waiting for a command to die. I had given them a command to live. I caught a train heading north, watching the city recede into a jagged line on the horizon. I got off in a small town whose name I didn't catch and rented a room above a hardware store. The room was plain, with a bed, a chair, and a window that looked out on a quiet street. For 3 days I did nothing. I slept. I ate at the diner down the street. I watched the people, the ordinary rhythms of their lives, the simple transactions of trust and community that had no place in the world I had left. On the 4th day, I bought a newspaper. The story was on page 6, a small column about a federal racketeering indictment against the Vasse organization. The article mentioned an unnamed source had provided key information. Miller had done his work. He had found a cleaner way. I felt a distant satisfaction, not of vengeance, but of balance. A week later, a plain sedan pulled up outside the hardware store. Miller got out alone. He found me sitting on the front steps, drinking coffee from a paper cup. He sat down beside me, not speaking for a long time. The morning was cool and clear. "You gave them quite a puzzle," he said finally. "They thought it was a trick. They spent so long looking for your angle, they didn't see mine coming." "I didn't do it for you," I said. "I know," he replied. "That's what makes it so elegant." He looked out at the street. "It's over, for you at least. The file is closed." "And you," I asked, "are you satisfied?" He considered this. "I put bad men in cages, that's the job, but what you did, that was something else. You didn't just end a war, you buried the battlefield." He stood up, brushing dust from his trousers. "What will you do now?" I looked at my hands, clean of dust and blood and the ghost of a cheap cigar. "I don't know," I said, and for the first time the words held no fear, only a quiet potential, something ordinary. He nodded as if that was the most profound answer I could have given. He got back in his car and drove away. I finished my coffee, the bitter taste now familiar, almost comforting. The house was gone, the study was gone, the ashtray was gone. All that remained was the quiet and the open road and the simple, daunting freedom of the next page, blank and waiting. The hardware store needed a new roof. The owner, a man named Frank with a permanent squint and hands like worn leather, mentioned it to me one morning as I paid for my coffee. He wasn't asking for help, just stating a fact of his life. I looked at the roof, then at my hands, and I heard myself say, "I can do that." Frank squinted at me, skeptical. "You know roofing?" I told him I was a quick learner. He needed the help, and the price was right. The work was brutal. The sun baked the tar paper, the smell of asphalt filled my lungs, and my muscles screamed at night in the narrow bed. But it was a clean pain, the pain of effort, not of guilt or fear. I ate my lunch on the roof, looking out over the town, and felt the wind on my face, a real wind, not the stale, conditioned air of an office or the oppressive silence of a study. I was building something, or at least repairing something. It was a start. Weeks turned into a month. I had a routine. Work the diner, sleep. I spoke little and people respected that. I was just the quiet man fixing Frank S. roof. One afternoon, as I was cleaning up, a woman from the library came by. She had a book on local birds she thought Frank S. grandson might like. Her name was Clara. She had kind eyes and a calmness about her that felt like a sheltered cove. She smiled at me, a simple, uncalculated gesture. I managed a nod in return, my throat tight with a strange, forgotten emotion. That night in my room, I thought of Maria in Florida, of George in his grave, of Miller in his world of shadows and paperwork. They were all ghosts now, receding into the landscape of a life I had shed. I thought of Clara's smile. It was not a complication or a threat. It was just a smile. I picked up the local paper Frank had left behind. There was a notice for a town meeting about repairing the community hall, an ordinary problem for ordinary people. I went to the meeting. I sat in the back, listening to the debates about costs and materials and historical preservation. It was all so small, so vitally important. A man I recognized from the post office argued passionately for using local timber. His passion was for this place, these people, this hall. It was a passion that built, that maintained. It was a world away from the passion that destroyed, that conquered, that left empires of dust. After the meeting, I was walking back to my room when a car slowed beside me. It was Clara. She rolled down the window and said, "I didn't know you were interested in local history." I said I was trying to be. She offered me a ride. I got in. The car smelled of old paper and lavender. We didn't speak much on the short drive, but the silence was comfortable. When I got out, I thanked her. She said, "The work group for the hall starts on Saturday. We could always use more hands." I stood on the sidewalk and watched her taillights disappear around the corner. The night was quiet, the stars sharp and clear above the modest roofs of the town. I was no one here. I had no name, no history, no weight to carry. I was just a man with a pair of hands, and the future was not a predetermined path of violence or fear, but a series of small, simple choices. I could show up on Saturday. I could pick up a hammer. I could pick up a book. I could learn the names of the local birds. The silence around me was no longer the silence of an ending, but the gentle, patient quiet of a beginning. The following Saturday, I arrived at the community hall just after 8. The air was cool and carried the scent of cut grass and damp earth. A few people were already there, unloading tools from pickups and stacking lumber under a large oak tree. Clara saw me and waved, a simple gesture that felt like an anchor being dropped. Frank was there too, nodding at me with a grunt of approval. No one asked about my past. Here, I was defined by my willingness to work. I was assigned to a team replacing rotten clapboard on the south side. The man leading the team, the post office worker from the meeting named Henry, showed me how to use the pry bar to remove the old wood without damaging the sound boards around it. The learning was physical, the satisfaction immediate. By midday, my shirt was stuck to my back with sweat, and my hands were raw, but a whole section of the wall was stripped and ready for new wood. We broke for lunch, sitting on the grass with sandwiches and lemonade. Clara sat down beside me, handing me an extra cookie from her tin. "You're a natural," she said, nodding toward the repaired section. "It's just following instructions," I replied. "Most people don't," she said simply. "They assume they know a better way." She pointed to a bird pecking at the ground near the oak tree. "That's a flicker. They're loud, but they're good for the trees, eat a lot of insects." I looked at the bird, its spotted breast and sharp beak, and committed the name to memory. Flicker. It was a small, solid piece of knowledge that belonged to this place, to this new life. The conversation drifted to other things, the upcoming harvest festival, the best place to get firewood, the leak in the library's skylight. It was all surface, but it was a surface I could walk on without fear of it giving way. Weeks blended into a season. The hall was repaired. I helped Frank with other jobs, learning plumbing and basic wiring. I rented a small cottage on the edge of town with a view of fields instead of other buildings. I bought a second-hand chair and a table. It was sparse, but it was mine. One evening, Clara came over for dinner. I cooked pasta, a simple thing I had learned from Maria a lifetime ago. We ate at the small table, the window open to the sounds of crickets. She told me about her life, about growing up in this town, leaving for college and choosing to return. She asked me nothing direct about my past, but her quiet acceptance was an invitation. So I told her, not the names, not the violence, but the essence of it. I told her I had been responsible for people, that I had made choices that cost me my peace, and that I had left it all behind to find something simpler. She listened, her eyes never leaving my face. When I finished, she placed her hand over mine. It was warm and steady. "Everyone deserves a second foundation, Avery," she said, and that was all. Later, walking her to her car under a sky dense with stars, I felt the last of the old tension leave my shoulders. The letter was ash, the gun was in a river, the empire was dust, but the man standing there was not. I was not building a fortress or a dynasty. I was building a porch, maybe, a garden, a life where the biggest decision of the day was what to plant in the spring. I watched her drive away, the red taillights growing smaller and then vanishing into the dark. The night was vast and quiet, but the quiet was no longer empty. It was full of the rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl, a world going about its business, a world I was now finally a part of. The first frost came early, silvering the fields around my cottage and making the old floorboards creak. I bought a wood stove from Frank, and we spent a weekend installing it, the process a satisfying puzzle of pipe fittings and fireproof cement. The first fire I lit filled the small space with a deep, radiating heat that felt more substantial than any central heating I had ever known. It was a heat I had built myself. Clara brought over a box of books from the library's discard pile, mostly old novels and a few volumes on local flora. I started reading in the evenings, the crackle of the fire and the turn of a page the only sounds. The stories of fictional lives felt more real to me now than the memories of my own past. I could get lost in them without the sharp, metallic taste of fear in the back of my throat. One Saturday, Henry from the post office asked if I wanted to go fishing. We sat on the bank of the river in a silence that was neither awkward nor demanding. He pointed out the different insects on the water, explaining what the fish were feeding on. He didn't ask why a man my age didn't know how to fish. He just taught me. I caught nothing, but it didn't matter. The sun on the water, the patient rhythm of casting and reeling, it was another kind of language I was slowly learning to speak. I realized, standing in line at the grocery store one afternoon, that I was no longer looking at people as potential threats or assets. The woman ahead of me was just a woman buying milk and bread. The cashier was just a teenager counting out change. I was just a man with a cart containing coffee, eggs, and a new pair of work gloves. The simplicity of it was a kind of miracle. Winter deepened and the town closed in on itself, a huddle of warm lights against the long, cold nights. The harvest festival had passed, and now people were talking about the winter solstice party at the newly restored community hall. Clara asked me to go with her. It was the first time I had been invited to something as a guest, not as labor. The night of the party, I put on a clean shirt and stood in front of the small mirror in my cottage. The face that looked back was older, the lines around the eyes more deeply etched, but the eyes themselves were different. The constant, guarded calculation was gone. There was a calm there I didn't recognize. The hall was full of light and noise. A local band played folk songs and people danced with a cheerful, unself-conscious clumsiness. Children weaved through the legs of the adults. I stood near the punch bowl watching, taking it in. Clara found me and pulled me into the crowd. I didn't know the steps, but it didn't matter. I was moving, laughing, a part of the noise and the light. At midnight, as the band played a slow song, I stood with Clara by the large window, looking out at the snow falling in the dark. Her shoulder was warm against mine. I wasn't thinking about the past or the future. I was simply there in that room in that moment, the snow falling like a quiet blessing on the quiet town. The world I had left was a ghost, and the man I had been was its pale shade. This here was the only thing that was real. The snow continued through the night, and by morning the world was softened, blanketed in a thick, quiet white. I walked Clara home, our boots crunching in the new snow, our breath pluming in the air. At her door she hesitated, then stood on her toes and kissed my cheek. "Happy solstice, Avery," she said, and slipped inside. The walk back to my cottage was unlike any I had ever taken. The silence of the snow-covered landscape was profound, but it was not the silence of an empty room or a dead empire. It was a peaceful, living quiet, broken only by the distant scrape of a snowplow already at work. I felt a part of the town's rhythm, its response to the seasons. I was not hiding from the storm. I was living through it like everyone else. Spring arrived as a slow thaw. The snow receded, revealing the muddy earth beneath. Frank hired me on full time, and our work shifted from repairs to building a new shed for the garden center on the outskirts of town. It was raw, structural work, raising beams and framing walls. I liked the heft of the timber, the solidity of a well-set post. One afternoon, a car I didn't recognize pulled up to the job site. A man in a suit got out. My body went rigid, the old instincts flaring for a single, cold second. But then I saw it was just a real estate agent coming to check on a nearby property. The moment passed, the tension draining away as quickly as it had come. I was safe. Miller had kept his word. The file was closed. That evening I went to the library. Clara was helping a child find a book. I waited, browsing the shelves, my fingers trailing over the spines. I found the section on gardening and pulled out a book on vegetables. When she was free, I showed it to her. "I'm thinking of putting in a garden," I said, "behind the cottage." Her face lit up. "The soil there is good, a little clay, but it'll work." She helped me pick out 2 more books on composting and companion planting. It felt like planning for a future, a tangible one made of seeds and soil and sunlight. I built raised beds from scrap lumber, turning the earth and mixing in compost. It was slow, methodical work. I planted tomatoes, green beans, and zucchini. I didn't know if they would grow, but the act of placing each seed in the dark earth felt like a promise. A promise to be there to see them sprout, to water them, to harvest them. One Sunday, Clara came over and we painted the cottage's front door. She chose a color called sunshine yellow. It was bright, almost audaciously so. As we worked, brushstrokes covering the old, faded wood, I thought of the study with its heavy drapes and the smell of cigar smoke. This yellow door was its absolute opposite. It was an open hand, a welcome. It was a declaration that the man who lived here had nothing to hide from the light. When we were done, we stood back to look at our work. The yellow door glowed against the grayed wood of the cottage. "It looks like a home now," Clara said. I looked at the door, at the neat rows of the garden waiting for rain, at the fields stretching beyond. I looked at Clara, her hands smudged with yellow paint. She was right. It wasn't just a shelter anymore. It was a home. I had spent a lifetime building fortresses of power and fear. This small patch of land with its bright door was the only thing I had ever built that was truly strong. The tomatoes flourished. I'd go out in the early morning with my coffee and watch the dew cling to the leaves, the small green fruits slowly swelling and blushing red. I learned to can them, filling mason jars in a steamy kitchen, lining them up on the shelf like promises kept. The work was never done, but it was a different kind of exhaustion, one that led to sleep, not to sleeplessness. One evening in late summer, Clara and I were sitting on the porch steps, shelling peas into a bowl between us. The rhythm was meditative, the soft pop of the pods a quiet music. She told me the library had received a grant for a new children's section, and she was planning the space. She sketched her ideas on a napkin, a reading nook shaped like a castle, murals of storybook forests. Her enthusiasm was a quiet, steady flame. I looked at her, at the way the setting sun caught the gray in her hair, and I knew I was no longer just passing through. This was my life. The realization was not a thunderclap, but a settling, like a stone finding its bed in a river. The past was not gone, but it had lost its power to define me. It was just soil, and from it, this new life was growing. The next day, I went to the county clerk's office. I filled out the forms with my name, the one I was born with, the one I had buried for so long. A clerk, a woman with a kind smile, stamped the papers without a second glance. It was done. I was no longer hiding. I was just a man named Avery who fixed roofs and grew tomatoes and was painting his kitchen next. It was enough. It was more than enough. The story of the man in the shadows was over. This was the story of the man on the porch, shelling peas, watching the light change, and waiting for the woman he loved to come home. The kitchen was a pale, buttery yellow now, a color Clara said reminded her of morning light. I was cutting a tomato from my garden, its skin warm from the sun, when I saw Frank's truck pull up outside. He didn't come to the door, just waited by the gate. I went out to meet him. He leaned against the fender, his face more serious than usual. "Got a call," he said, not looking at me but at the fields beyond. "Fella asking about a man of your description. Said he was an old friend from out east." The air went still. The buzz of the bees in the clover seemed to fade. I felt the old walls start to rise, the cold, familiar fortress taking shape in my mind. What did you tell him? Frank spat into the dust, told him the only man I knew fitting that description was named Avery, and that he was the best damn roofer I'd ever worked with. Told him Avery was a local now, and that we look after our own. He finally turned his head, his eyes meeting mine. There was no question in them, only a flat, steady certainty. He didn't seem too interested after that. I nodded, my throat tight. There was nothing else to say. Frank clapped me on the shoulder, a brief, hard gesture, then got back in his truck and drove away. I stood there for a long time, the tomato still in my hand. The fear was there, a thin, cold wire running through me, but it was not the only thing. It was surrounded by the weight of the tomato, the smell of the painted wood from the porch, the memory of Clara's hand in mine. The wire was there, but it could not hold back the tide of this life. That night I told Clara what Frank had said. We were sitting on the porch, watching the fireflies blink in the gathering dark. She listened, then took my hand. Her fingers were cool and steady. "This is your home," she said. Her voice was quiet, but it carried the same finality as Frank's. I knew then that Miller, or someone like him, had checked. The file was closed, but not forgotten. It was a reminder that the past was a ghost that could sometimes walk in the daylight, but it was just a ghost. It had no substance here. The next morning I went back to work. We were shingling a new house on the ridge. As I nailed the last shingle into place at the peak, I looked out over the valley. The town was spread out below, my small cottage with its yellow door hidden among the trees. I was not a king or a fugitive. I was a roofer. I was a gardener. I was the man who loved Clara. The world was vast and could be cruel, but my place in it was small and it was solid. I picked up my hammer and climbed down the ladder, ready for whatever came next. The following week, a letter arrived at the post office with no return address. Henry handed it to me without comment, his usual cheerful demeanor subdued. The paper was thick, expensive. I didn't open it until I was home, sitting at my kitchen table. It contained a single, typewritten line. "The account is settled. Live your life." There was no signature. I held the paper over the wood stove and watched it curl and blacken, the brief message turning to smoke. It was not a threat. It was an epitaph. The final page of the old story had been written and burned. I went out to the garden. The zucchini plants were sprawling, their leaves broad and shading the soil. I pulled a few weeds, my hands moving on their own, the familiar feel of the earth a grounding comfort. Clara found me there later. She didn't ask about the letter. She just picked up a trowel and started working beside me. We didn't speak until the last of the weeds were piled in the compost. "The library's new children's section opens next week," she said, brushing dirt from her knees. "I was hoping you could help me move the last of the bookshelves." "Of course," I said. We stood together in the quiet of the evening. The past had reached out one last, thin tendril, and it had found nothing to grasp. It had found a man rooted in this soil, a man with a life that was his own. The silence that fell between us was the deepest and most peaceful I had ever known. It was the silence of a story that was, at last, truly beginning. The new children's section was a splash of vibrant color and whimsy in the old library. The castle reading nook was a particular success, and on opening day it was immediately occupied by a trio of kids pretending to be knights. I stood back, watching Clara read a story to a captivated circle of children, her voice a gentle murmur against the painted forest on the walls. This was her legacy, something built with joy and offered freely. It felt more permanent than anything I had ever constructed with money or fear. Later, as we were locking up, she handed me a small, flat package wrapped in brown paper. "For the cottage," she said. Inside was a watercolor painting of my yellow door, with the garden in the foreground and the fields beyond. She had captured the way the late afternoon light fell across the porch. "So you can always remember this view," she said, though we both knew I would never forget. I hung it in the kitchen, opposite the window that looked out on the real thing. It was like having two doors to the same good world. The seasons turned again. The garden died back, and I covered the beds with straw for the winter. I learned to split wood with a rhythm that didn't strain my back. Frank started talking about retiring, about maybe me taking over the business. The idea didn't frighten me. It felt like a natural progression, like a tree putting on a new ring of growth. One night during a deep winter storm, the power went out. I lit the oil lamps, and their warm, wavering light filled the cottage. Clara and I played chess by the glow of the wood stove. She beat me soundly for the third time in a row. Her quiet smile of victory was a better thing than any trophy I had ever been awarded. I realized I had stopped waiting for the other shoe to drop. The watchfulness that had been a part of my breathing for decades had simply evaporated. I was no longer a man who had escaped his life. I was just a man living it. The past was a book I had closed and put on a shelf, its story complete. This life, with its simple rhythms and its profound peace, was the only volume I was still reading, and I was content to never reach the end. The first crocuses pushed through the cold ground, their purple and yellow heads a brave declaration against the retreating snow. I saw them one morning on my walk and felt a surge of something like triumph. We had all made it through the winter. Frank made the offer official over a cup of coffee at the diner, sliding a key across the formica table. "It's yours if you want it," he said. The key was to his workshop, to the entire business. I took it. The weight of it in my palm was not a chain, but an anchor. Clara and I began eating our meals on the porch again, the evening air still crisp, but carrying the scent of thawing earth. We talked about mundane things, about the cost of lumber and the library's summer reading program. Our conversations were like the roots of the old oak in my yard, spreading deep and wide underground, a network of shared life. We were building something that had no name, something more durable than passion, more resilient than romance. It was a partnership of quiet understanding. I was repairing a loose step on the porch when a car slowed on the road. My head came up, but my hands kept working. I watched as it passed, a family I didn't recognize, probably lost. There was no cold wire of fear, only a mild curiosity. The past was a country I had left, and its borders were closed to me. That night I lay in bed listening to the peepers singing in the damp fields, a relentless, joyful chorus. It was the sound of the world renewing itself, a sound I had been too insulated to hear in my previous life. I thought of the key, now hanging on a hook by my own door. I thought of Clara asleep in her house a mile away. I thought of the tomatoes I would soon plant. It was all so ordinary, so beautifully, profoundly ordinary. And as I drifted into sleep, I knew that this ordinary life was the most extraordinary thing I would ever do. The tomatoes that year were the best I'd ever grown, thick-skinned and sweet. I sold the extras in a small stand by the road with an honesty box that always had a few dollars in it by evening. One Saturday, a woman from a few towns over stopped, her car idling in the gravel. She bought 2 pounds of tomatoes and then squinted at me. "You're the roofer, right, Avery?" I nodded, my hand pausing as I made her change. "My nephew says you're the one to call, says you do honest work." I handed her the coins and felt a quiet pride that had nothing to do with empires and everything to do with a straight roof line. Clara and I took a drive one Sunday aimlessly, following the back roads as they curved around hills and over stone bridges. We didn't have a destination. The point was the journey itself, the shared silence and the easy conversation that wove through it. We stopped at a farm stand and bought a jar of local honey. We watched a hawk circle high above a field. It was a day without event, and yet it felt significant. a brick laid in the foundation of our life together. When we got back, the light was fading. We stood by my garden and I pointed out where I thought I might put in a small bench under the old apple tree. A place to sit and watch things grow, I said. Clara smiled and leaned her head against my shoulder. The gesture was so simple, so natural, that it felt like something we had been doing for years. The future was no longer a frightening, abstract thing. It was a bench under a tree. It was the next season's garden. It was the quiet certainty that she would be there, her head on my shoulder, watching it all with me. Story 3. The line between the hotel room and the world was a vertical slash of buttery yellow light from the hallway, a blade of the public sphere laid against the private dark where Arlo Baines stood. It was a boundary he had crossed 1,000 times, from the safe, anonymous hum of a corridor into the warm, breathing silence of his family asleep. But tonight the line felt uncertain. It was too bright, too inviting, a gap through which anything could slip. He pushed the door shut, and the lock clicked with a sound like a final, small-caliber round being chambered. The light vanished, and the room was returned to the deep blue gloom of a Monaco night, the only sounds the whisper of the air conditioner and the soft, tidal rhythm of his wife and son breathing. He did not know why he was awake. It was not a noise that had roused him, but a silence. A specific engineered silence in the frequency where the distant elevator chime or the murmur of a late-night reveler usually resided. He moved to the window, the cool marble a shock against his bare feet. Below, the Mediterranean was a sheet of black silk, the harbor lights smearing across its surface like drowned jewels. His vacation mind, a soft and rusted thing, tried to dismiss it. But the other mind, the one he had tried to bury under years of school plays and mortgage payments and quiet dinners, was already online, its cold, crystalline logic booting up in the dark. That was when he saw it, not with his eyes, but with the ghost of his old training. A pattern, two men, separated by 100 yards on the moonlit quay, moving with the same unhurried, purposeful gait. They were not tourists, they were not lovers, they were intervals in a sequence. His gaze, dragged as if by a magnet, found the center of that sequence, a sleek three-masted schooner, the siren-esque call, lit up for a party that had long since ended. A diplomatic vessel, Swiss. Arlo did not think, he acted. The phone was in his hand, the number he had sworn never to call again already dialed. His voice, when he spoke, was a low, flat thing stripped of all emotion. He reported the observation, the pattern, the probable target. He gave coordinates, descriptions, a threat assessment. He was a ghost in the machine, a whisper from a forgotten outpost. He hung up. For a long moment, nothing happened. The night held its breath. Then, from the direction of the quay, a sudden bloom of light, soundless at first, then the crump of a detonation that hit the window glass a second later. The schooner-esque midsection erupted in a fury of orange and black. The two men on the quay were swallowed by the responding police and security vehicles that swarmed the area like angry insects. He stood there until the tremor in his hands subsided. He watched the fire burn on the black water. Then he turned and looked at the two shapes in the beds. Eden, his wife, her dark hair fanned across the pillow, one hand curled loosely near her face. Leo, their son, a small, warm mound of blankets. He had drawn a line around them and he had just defended it. But he knew, with a certainty that was colder than the marble beneath his feet, that the line was now broken. The outside was in. The next 48 hours were a controlled blur. The hotel manager, pale and sweating, offered his profound apologies for the disturbance. The Monaco police, impeccably polite and deeply suspicious, asked thoughtful questions. The story in the press was a generic tragedy, an explosion of unknown origin on a private vessel, a few crew members lost, no prominent diplomats aboard. A tragedy, but a contained one. Arlo played his part, the bewildered American tourist, frightened for his family. He held Eden's hand, he reassured Leo. He packed their bags. He could feel the lie settling over them like a fine dust. On the flight home, Eden finally spoke of it. She waited until Leo was asleep, his head in her lap, then she turned to Arlo, her eyes searching his face. "You knew," she said, her voice barely a whisper above the jet hum. "You knew before it happened." He looked at her, at the fine lines of intelligence and worry around her eyes, the set of her mouth that was both compassionate and unyielding. She was an architect, a builder of structures meant to last. She understood foundations and stresses. She would see the crack in theirs. "I saw something," he said, "a pattern. It was probably nothing, a coincidence." "Dante," she said, and her voice was firm now. "Dante, do that, not with me. You made a call. Who did you call, Arlo?" He told her. He said the name of the agency, the one that sounded like a shadow government accounting firm. He watched the color drain from her face. She had known his past, of course. He had been an open book, or so he thought. But knowing a man was a former analyst was different from seeing the ghost of that man step out of the grave and change the course of events with a single, whispered phone call. "My God," she breathed. She looked down at Leo as if to reassure herself he was still there, still whole. "Are we in danger?" "No," he said, and it was the most necessary lie he had ever told. "It's over. They got them. It's over." But it was not over. It was the first move in a game he had not known he was playing. The man in the photograph was named Ira. He had no last name, or rather, he had many. He stood in a room that was not a room, but a concrete shell in a forgotten corner of a city that had been bombed into abstraction. The air smelled of dust and diesel and the faint, sweet odor of decay. In his hand was a tablet, and on the tablet was a frozen image from a Hotel S security feed, enhanced and inclined. It showed a man at a window, Arlo Baines. The image was grainy, but the face was clear. The face of the man who had cost him his victory. Ira's obsession was not purely ideological, it was personal. The schooner was to be a statement, a bloody poem written in the language of power and fear. The death of the Swiss diplomat aboard was to be the opening stanza of a much longer work. Arlo Baines had scribbled over the first line. He had introduced a flaw, a dissonance. And for a man like Ira, a man who believed in the purity of the plan above all else, a flaw was a cancer. It had to be cut out. Not just the man, but his world, his line. He traced the face on the screen with a fingertip that was calloused and cold. "We will make a new pattern," he whispered to the silent concrete, "one with you at its center." Life in their suburban Boston neighborhood tried to reassert its gentle rhythm. The grass needed mowing. Leo had soccer practice. Eden went back to her studio, but a new watchfulness had entered her eyes, a habit of checking the rearview mirror, of listening a little too intently to the silence of the house at night. Arlo felt it too, the constant, low-grade hum of vigilance. He checked the locks twice, then 3 times. He found himself analyzing the mailman's gait, the too long pause of a utility truck down the street. The first sign was subtle. A single dead magpie on their perfectly manicured lawn. It lay on its back, its wings splayed, its beak open. An omen. Arlo buried it deep in the trash, telling Eden a neighbor's cat was the likely culprit. He did not believe it. The second sign was less subtle. Eden's studio was broken into. Nothing was taken. But her drawings, the intricate blueprints of buildings yet to be, were carefully, methodically defaced. Not slashed, not torn. Smeared with what looked like black grease, obscuring the central load-bearing walls, the hearts of her creations. It was a message, a critique. It said, "I understand your structure, and I know how to make it fall." That night Arlo went down to the basement, to the locked footlocker that held the relics of his old life. He ignored the old passports, the commendations. He went for the heavy, oilcloth-wrapped package at the bottom, a pistol. It was cold and familiar in his hand, a forgotten weight that brought back a flood of sensory memory. The smell of cordite, the taste of stale coffee, the ache of endless surveillance. He loaded it. The sound of the slide racking was a language he had hoped to forget. He was standing there, the gun in his hand, when the doorbell rang. The man on the porch was called Miller. He had the bland, forgettable face of a mid-level manager and the eyes of a predator. He flashed a credential holder so fast it was a blur of gold and plastic. "Mr. Baines, we need to talk. May I come in?" They sat in the living room, the picture of domestic normalcy. Miller's eyes took in the family photos, the art books, the comfortable sofa. He did not miss the way Arlo positioned himself, his back to a wall, his line of sight clear to both the front door and the kitchen entrance. "You've been busy," Miller said, his tone conversational. Monaco was impressive, inconvenient for some, but impressive. "I was a tourist," Arlo said. "You were an instrument of Providence," Miller corrected. "The man you interrupted, his name is Ira. He is a ghost, a facilitator. We've been trying to get a fix on him for years. You cost him a significant asset. He doesn't like to lose." "What does he want?" Eden asked. She stood in the doorway, her arms crossed. She had not been asked to join them, but she had. Miller's gaze shifted to her, appreciative and assessing. "He wants to prove a point, that the lines we draw between our homes and the world, between safety and chaos, are imaginary. He wants to cross yours. He wants to show you that your expertise, your vigilance, is meaningless against a determined will." "So protect us," Arlo said, his voice tight. Miller smiled, a thin, bloodless thing. We're here to debrief you, to see if there's anything else, any little detail you might have forgotten. Your memory is a national asset, Arlo. We're just here to inventory it." The protection was a cage. An unmarked car took up position down the street. Their phones, they were told, were now being monitored for their own safety. Miller and his team were a constant, quiet presence, their questions a form of psychological waterboarding. They wanted to know everything about Ira's men, their posture, their clothing, the way they moved. They were not just building a profile. They were using Arlo's eyes as a drone, and he felt his own memories being strip-mined, converted into data points for a war he had retired from. The line between domestic security and covert war, the one he had always believed was a fortified wall, was in fact a thread. Miller was not there to defend Arlo's home. He was there to use it as bait in a larger, darker game. Arlo understood this with a chilling clarity. He and his family were no longer citizens. They were terrain. The climax came on a Tuesday. It was Leo's 9th birthday. They had cake, they had presents, they tried to pretend. The unmarked car was still there. That evening, as Arlo took the trash out to the curb, the world dissolved into noise and light. It was not a sophisticated attack, it was a statement. A van, old and nondescript, swerved to a stop in the middle of the quiet street. The side door slid open. The men inside wore masks. They carried rifles. Arlo was already moving, his body acting before his mind could form the word ambush. He shoved the trash bins over, a pathetic, clattering barricade. He yelled a single, guttural word back towards the house. Down. The first shots were like pops, small and flat in the suburban evening. Then the response came, a deafening roar from the unmarked car as Miller's team opened up. The air was suddenly thick with the smell of burnt powder and shattered asphalt. Arlo was on the ground, the pistol in his hand, firing without aiming, a suppressive act, a desperate attempt to draw fire away from his house. He saw one of the masked men fall. He saw another turn towards him, the muzzle of his rifle, a black O time slowed, stretched like tar. He saw the flicker in the man's posture, the minute adjustment of his shoulder. He knew he was dead. Then from the second story of his own home, a single, precise shot rang out. The masked man crumpled. Arlo looked up. Eden was at the window, Leo clutched behind her. In her hands was his old hunting rifle, the one she had always refused to let him teach her to use. Her face was a mask of terror and resolve. She had crossed her own line. The firefight was over in seconds. The van sped away, leaving one body behind. The street was a crime scene. Miller was everywhere, barking orders, his bland face now alive with a fierce, professional energy. It was a victory. They had repelled the attack. They had a body. But Arlo was not looking at the body. He was looking at his wife in the window, the rifle still in her hands. He was looking at his son's face, pale and shocked, peering out from behind her. He had drawn a line around them, and the war had come to it anyway. He had used his skills to protect them, and in doing so, he had turned his home into a fortress and his wife into a soldier. The line was not just blurred, it was gone. In the days that followed, the official story was one of a thwarted home invasion, of a brave family and swift government response. Life, they were told, could return to normal. The surveillance was scaled back. Miller shook Arlo's hand, a firm, final grip. "You're a civilian again," he said, and it sounded like a dismissal. But Arlo knew it was not over. Ira was still out there. The game was merely in a new phase. Weeks later, the first frost silvered the grass. The dead magpie was a forgotten memory. The scar on their front step where a bullet had chipped the concrete was almost invisible. One Saturday, Arlo was raking leaves. Leo was kicking a soccer ball against the side of the garage, the steady, rhythmic thump, a sound of pure, ordinary life. The ball veered off, rolling into the bushes that lined the property. Leo ran after it. He emerged a moment later, not with the ball, but with a small, rectangular object. It was a book, a children's picture book, its cover slick with damp. "Look what I found, Dad," Leo said, holding it out. Arlo took it. The book was called The Line Where the Sea Meets the Sky. It was about boundaries, about the place where two worlds touch. It was a book they did not own. He opened it. The pages were dry and clean. And there, on the inside of the back cover, was a message, not written, but composed from letters cut from a magazine and glued precisely in place. It read, "A flaw in the pattern is still part of the pattern." He stood there, the rake forgotten in his other hand, the chill of the autumn air seeping through his jacket, and he knew that Ira had not been defeated. He had not even been truly engaged. He had simply paused. He had looked at the structure of Arlo's life, at his wife, his son, his home, and he had found a way to leave his signature not on a wall or a blueprint, but in the hands of his child. The line was not a place of safety. It was the place where the waiting began. And as he watched Leo run back to his game, the innocent bearer of a declaration of war, Arlo understood that the real mystery was not who Ira was or what he wanted. The real unsettling mystery was how far a man would have to go to redraw a line that had already been erased, and whether anything he loved could ever truly be on the safe side of it again. He closed the book slowly, the cheap paper feeling like vellum, a sacred and poisoned text. The rake was a ridiculous prop in his hand, a tool for ordering a world that was fundamentally disordered. He could not let Leo see the cold knot tightening in his gut. He forced a smile, a creaking, unfamiliar gesture. "Probably fell out of someone's backpack on trash day," he said, his voice carefully light. "Why don't you go get the ball? I'll take care of this." Leo, blissfully unaware, darted back into the bushes. Arlo's eyes scanned the quiet street, the neat, identical houses, the empty cars. It was all a backdrop now, a painted canvas hiding infinite places for a man to watch. Ira was not just a threat from the outside. He was a vapor, seeping through the cracks in the perimeter, leaving his messages in the very air they breathed. He took the book into the garage and placed it on his workbench. He did not call Miller. That path was a leash, and the leash was in the hand of a man who saw his family as useful collateral. Instead, he took a picture of the message with his phone, then methodically tore the book into tiny, unreadable pieces, which he buried at the bottom of the trash can under coffee grounds and rotting vegetable peelings. The act felt both necessary and utterly futile, like trying to hide a shadow by turning off a light. That night, after Eden was asleep, he went to the basement again. He didn't go for the gun this time. He went for the box of old, decommissioned equipment he was never supposed to have kept. He found what he was looking for, a small, outdated signal scanner, a relic from a time when paranoia was part of the job description. He spent hours in the quiet dark, slowly sweeping the frequencies of their home. He found the expected signals, their Wi-Fi, their neighbor's Wi-Fi, a dozen Bluetooth devices. And then he found the anomaly, a faint, persistent, encrypted pulse emanating from the living room. It was coming from inside their new television, a smart TV they had bought just a month after returning from Monaco. A gift, he remembered, from a vendor Eden's firm had been working with, a welcome home present. He didn't disable it. To do so would be to show his hand, to let Ira know he had found the first thread. Instead, he sat there in the humming silence of the basement, the scanner's light blinking rhythmically in the dark. The television was not just a listening device, it was a symbol. Ira had not just breached their physical space, he had been invited into their living room, into their family movie nights, their shared moments of escape. He had turned their sanctuary into a stage, and they were the unwitting players. The war was not coming, it was already here, and it was being waged not with bullets, but with a profound, intimate understanding of their lives. Ira was not trying to destroy them in a fiery ambush. He was trying to demonstrate that their existence, their safety, their very reality, was a construct that he could manipulate at will. He was proving that the line was an illusion by slowly, methodically, erasing it from the inside out. And Arlo, the former analyst, the man who knew how to read patterns, was now trapped inside the most terrifying pattern of all, one designed specifically for him, with his family as the central, vulnerable motif. The only way out was to stop playing the civilian, the husband, the father, and to become something else entirely, something he had promised he would never be again. He had to step back over the line for good. He rose from the basement steps a different man. The weight of the decision was a physical thing, a leaden calm that settled in his bones. He moved through the sleeping house, a ghost in his own home. He stood in the doorway of Leo's room, watching the slow, trusting rise and fall of his son's chest. He looked at Eden, her face smoothed by sleep, the architect at rest. He was no longer their protector, not in the way he had been. A protector builds walls. What he had to do now required him to tear them down, to venture out into the dark where the lines were drawn in smoke. The next morning he drove to a part of the city that had not yet been polished for public consumption. He parked in a lot strewn with gravel and broken glass. The payphone was a relic, its receiver grimy, the cord stiff with age. He fed it coins and dialed a number from a memory he had tried to bury. It was not a number for an agency, but for a man named Silas, who dealt in information the way others dealt in scrap metal, finding value in what had been discarded. They met in a diner that smelled of old grease and stronger coffee. Silas was a large man stuffed into a small booth, his fingers stubby and stained. He listened, his eyes half closed, as Arlo spoke in a low, measured tone. He did not mention Ira by name. He described the method, the precision, the psychological artistry of the intrusion. Silas nodded slowly, sipping his coffee. Yes, an artist, your ghost, not a butcher. He doesn't want to burn the house down. He wants to move in and rearrange the furniture. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. You want me to find him? No, Arlo said. I want you to find his canvas. Silas's eyebrows raised a fraction. His canvas. He making a point, using my life as his medium. I need to know what other work he done. I need to see his portfolio. Understanding dawned in Silas's dull eyes. He was being asked not to hunt the predator, but to study its tracks, to understand its territory. It was a more dangerous, more nuanced request. He named a price. Arlo agreed without hesitation. Days turned into a week. Life performed its pantomime. Arlo went to work at the university library where he now managed archival data. He came home. He helped Leo with his homework. He kissed his wife. But his mind was elsewhere, sifting through the static of the world, waiting for a signal from Silas. He avoided the living room, the blank, black eye of the television, a constant accusation. The call came on a rainy Thursday. Silas was brief, there as a place. An old maritime museum in New Bedford, closed for renovations. You should see it. Arlo drove there that evening, the rain sheeting down his windshield. The museum was a hulking, dark shape on the waterfront. A chain-link fence surrounded it, but a section had been cut and carefully wired back into place. He slipped through. Inside, the air was cold and still, thick with the smell of salt, rot, and fresh sawdust. The renovations were real. Drop cloths covered displays and ladders stood sentinel in the gloom, but someone had been adding their own exhibits. He found the first one in a hall dedicated to whaling. A large, detailed model of a schooner, much like the one from Monaco, was displayed under a glass case, but this model was different. Its hull was cracked open. Inside, meticulously crafted from wire and painted clay, were tiny, contorted bodies. It was a diorama of a tragedy that had never happened, a vision of what Ira had intended. He moved deeper into the museum, his flashlight beam cutting a frail path through the darkness. In the main gallery, he stopped. The entire far wall had been transformed. It was no longer a display of harpoons and navigational charts. It was a map, a sprawling, chaotic collage of photographs, string, and handwritten notes. At its center was a photograph of Arlo, taken from the university website. Lines of red string radiated out from him, connecting to pictures of Eden leaving her studio, of Leo playing soccer, of their house, their car. It was a blueprint of his life, but it was more than that. Other lines in black connected him to events, to faces he recognized from old classified briefings, failed operations, unexpected outcomes, flaws in the pattern. And he saw it then, the terrible, brilliant truth. Ira was not just punishing him for Monaco, he was documenting him. Arlo, the former analyst who had stepped out of line, had become Ira's masterpiece. He was the living proof of Ira's thesis that chaos could be introduced into the most rigid of systems by a single, unpredictable variable, him. A floorboard creaked behind him. He turned, his heart a cold stone in his chest. It was not Ira. It was a young man, thin, with hungry eyes and a nervous tick in his jaw. He held a knife, not like a fighter, but like a craftsman, a tool for precise work. "He said you'd decome," the young man whispered, his voice echoing in the vast hall. "He said you wouldn't be able to resist. He wants you to see it. He wants you to understand your place in the design." Arlo stood very still, his own hands empty. The map on the wall loomed behind him, a testament to his own predictability. He had walked right into the exhibit. He was part of the display. "Tell me," Arlo said, his voice calm, a stark contrast to the pounding in his veins. "What's the next part of the design?" The young man smiled, a flicker of fanatical pride in his eyes. The unveiling. The young man lunged, not with a wild slash, but with a surgeon's thrust, aiming for the space between Arlo's ribs. The move was clinical, practiced, but Arlo was already moving, not away, but into the lunge. He caught the wrist, his own body turning, using the man's momentum to carry him forward. He drove the knifeman's hand down onto the corner of a display case holding a ship's wheel. There was a sickening crack of bone, a choked cry, and the knife clattered to the dusty floor. Arlo didn't pause. He shoved the man hard, sending him stumbling back into a ladder, which fell with a deafening clatter. In the echoing aftermath, he didn't press the attack. He stood over the whimpering figure, his breath pluming in the cold air. "The unveiling to who?" Arlo asked, his voice low and flat. The young man clutched his broken wrist, his face pale with pain and shock. "To everyone. He's going to make it all public. The map, the connections, you. He says the world needs to see how fragile it all is. He calls it the fracture." The words landed not as a threat, but as an inevitability. Ira wasn't just targeting him. He was using Arlo's life as a case study in systemic collapse. He was going to publish the blueprint of their lives, exposing every vulnerability, every secret connection, turning them into permanent targets, a public exhibit of his genius. Arlo left the young man there, curled on the floor. He didn't look back at the map. He already had its image burned into his mind. He drove home through the dying rain, the world outside the car looking flimsy and false, like a set waiting to be struck. He knew what he had to do. Miller and his kind would only contain the aftermath. Silas could find information, but not a solution. The only way to stop the unveiling was to find the artist and destroy the original work. He had to become a variable Ira had not calculated for. He parked a block from his house and sat in the dark, watching the warm, yellow windows. He saw Eden moving in the kitchen, saw Leo's shadow as he passed a doorway. This was what he was fighting for, but to win, he had to leave it. He had to cross back over the line so completely that he might never find his way back. He took out his phone, the one Miller was monitoring. He typed a single text message to Eden. It did not say he was sorry. It did not say goodbye. It said, The faucet in the guest bathroom is dripping. I tightened it, but check it in the morning. It was a code they had never needed from a life they had left behind. The faucet is dripping meant a breach was imminent. I tightened it meant he was handling it. Check it in the morning meant he would not be there when she woke up. He got out of the car, leaving the phone on the seat, a decoy for Miller's listeners. He walked away from his street, from his life, into the damp, indifferent night. He had no gun, no plan, only a name and a purpose. He was no longer Arlo, the husband, the father, the archivist. He was a flaw in the pattern, and he was going to find the weaver. He disappeared into the city's bloodstream, a ghost returning to the world of ghosts, ready to burn the canvas down, even if he was painted on it. He walked until his shoes were soaked and the cuffs of his trousers were spattered with mud. He found a bus station that smelled of disinfectant and despair, its fluorescent lights humming a dull, monotonous tune. He used cash from an emergency stash he kept in his wallet, a habit from the old days that had never fully died. The bus was headed south, a random direction, a first stitch in a new identity he would have to weave from nothing. He got off in a city he didn't know as the sun was rising, painting the industrial outskirts in shades of rust and gold. His first stop was a thrift store where he bought a heavy second-hand coat, a worn backpack, and a pair of cheap, non-prescription glasses. The change was superficial, but it was a start. In the reflection of a diner window, he saw a man who looked tired, anonymous, and older than his years. It was a good beginning. He found a public library and spent the day at a terminal in the corner, his movements slow and deliberate. He was not looking for era. He was looking for the silence around era. He searched for anomalies in art theft databases, for unsolved vandalisms with a particular, precise flair, for architectural firms that had experienced inexplicable, non-destructive breaches. He was looking for the negative space around the man, the shape of his absence. It was in a forum dedicated to urban exploration that he found a thread that made him lean closer to the screen. A user had posted pictures of an abandoned textile mill. The photos were of crumbling brick and rusted machinery, but one image, almost an afterthought, showed a far wall. On it, someone had painted a single, perfect, impossible circle. It was not graffiti. It was a statement. The circle was mathematically flawless, painted in a color that seemed to shift in the low light. The caption read, "Found the artist's signature. No idea what it means." Arlo knew it was a zero, a null set, the symbol of something containing nothing, a boundary that defined an emptiness. It was Era's mark. He took a train to the dying town where the mill stood. The place was a skeleton picked clean by time and economic decay. He waited until full dark to approach, the cold air biting through his thin coat. The mill was a cathedral of shadows, its broken windows like blind eyes. He found the circle on the wall just as in the photograph. It was even more unsettling in person, a perfect, silent void on the pitted brick. He ran his fingers over its surface. The paint was smooth, professional. This was not a rushed job, it was a meditation. A soft sound, the scuff of a shoe on concrete, echoed from the far end of the vast room. Arlo did not turn quickly. He slowly lowered his hand and stood, waiting. "I wondered if you would understand the invitation," a voice said. It was not the frantic whisper of the knifeman in the museum. This voice was calm, educated, and carried a faint, unplaceable accent. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere in the cavernous space. "I understood that a circle has no beginning and no end," Arlo replied, his own voice steady. "It's a system that is closed. You see yourself as outside of it." A figure detached itself from the deeper shadows. He was of average height and build, dressed in dark, functional clothing. His face was ordinary, the kind you would forget moments after seeing it. Only his eyes held a peculiar, focused light, the intensity of a scholar examining a rare specimen. "I am a curator," the man said. He did not need to give his name. "I find systems that have grown rigid, complacent in their own logic, and I introduce an element of truth, a flaw, as you so aptly put it. You, Arlo, are my most compelling truth." "You're going to get my family killed," Arlo said, the words simple and stark. Ira tilted his head, a gesture of genuine curiosity. Killed, that is such a crude, final punctuation. I am not an assassin, I am an editor. I am simply revealing the footnotes that were always there. The vulnerabilities, the connections, the secret debts. Your family will become a symbol, a lesson. There is no lesson in their pain, Arlo said, taking a step forward. On the contrary, Ira replied, not moving. Pain is the primary teacher, you know this. It taught you to build walls. It taught your wife to pull a trigger. It is teaching your son that the world is not safe. I am merely accelerating the curriculum for a wider audience. Arlo felt a cold fury, not hot and blinding, but sharp and clear. It was a tool. You hide behind philosophy. You're just a man who breaks things he doesn't understand. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Ira's placid face. It was offense. I understand the architecture better than the architects. I see the stress points. Monaco was a mess, a clumsy, violent affair. You were the only interesting part, the analyst who didn't just follow the protocol. You acted. You created a new, unpredictable outcome. You became a living piece of art. He took a small, sleek device from his pocket. The unveiling is tomorrow. The data, the map, the connections, all of it will be seeded across 1,000 networks. You will be famous. Your family will be a case study in modern vulnerability. Arlo was 10 feet away now. He could see the details of the device in Ira's hand, a thumb drive, the original work. You miscalculated one thing, Arlo said, stopping. And what is that? You think I came here to stop you from sending that? Arlo allowed himself a thin, cold smile. I came here to make sure you were holding it. He didn't lunge, he simply raised his hand, and in it was the small, outdated signal scanner from his basement. It was not a weapon, but it was broadcasting a single, repeating, high-frequency pulse he had programmed into it during his long night in the library. A distress signal, a call for help. Not to Miller, but to every dormant, off-the-book contact he had ever had, every ghost who owed him a favor. The message was simple, just his old code name and his coordinates. He had lit a beacon in the world of shadows. Ira's eyes widened a fraction as he understood. Arlo had not come to play the game within the lines Ira had drawn. He had set the entire board on fire. Sirens, distant at first, then growing louder, pierced the night. Not just police cars, different sirens, older, more powerful vehicles. Ira's gaze shifted from the scanner in Arlo's hand to the device in his own. The unveiling was now impossible. The artifact was compromised. The curator had been put on display. He looked back at Arlo, and for a single, fleeting moment, Arlo saw not a mastermind, but a frustrated artist whose masterpiece had been ruined. Then the moment passed, and Ira melted back into the shadows, a ghost among ghosts, the thumb drive still clutched in his hand. He was gone before the first black sedan skidded to a halt in the gravel outside. Arlo stood alone in the circle of his own making, the sirens wailing a chorus for a war that was not over, but had simply found a new, darker theater. He had redrawn the line by burning the page it was written on. He had saved them for now. But he knew, as the armed figures poured into the mill, their lights blinding him, that he had finally, truly become the flaw in the pattern. He was the chaos he had sought to contain, and he had no idea how to ever go home again. A man in a dark suit, his face a mask of grim professionalism, took the scanner from Arlo's hand without a word. Another began patting him down with impersonal efficiency. They did not ask who he was, they knew. They led him out of the mill and into the cold night, placing him in the back of a vehicle with tinted windows. He did not resist. He had called them and they had come. The debt was now theirs. They drove for hours, no one spoke. Arlo watched the landscape change from industrial decay to rural darkness and finally to a gated complex of unmarked buildings. He was processed in a room with white walls and a single table. They took his clothes, his wallet, the cheap glasses. They gave him gray sweats and a pair of foam slippers. He was no longer a citizen. He was an asset, a problem. Miller came in eventually, looking tired. He sat across from Arlo and sighed, a long, weary exhalation. You lit a flare in the middle of a minefield, Miller said, his voice flat. Do you have any idea how many dormant protocols you just activated? How many carefully placed covers you just burned? He was going to publish everything, Arlo said. Eden, Leo, the whole design. And now he's in the wind again because you decided to play hero. Miller leaned forward, his elbows on the table. We contain the museum. We scooped up his little acolyte, but the architect is gone and he's angry. You didn't stop his masterpiece, Arlo. You just forced him to change the medium. What happens now? Arlo asked, though he already knew. Now Miller gave a thin, humorless smile. Now you work for me, officially. You are a destabilized element, and my job is to stabilize you. The only way to do that is to put you to use. You want to find Ira, good. So do I, but you'll do it with a leash around your neck. He was given a new identity, a sparse apartment in a different city, and a handler. His life at the university, his home, his family, were all part of a past narrative, one he was forbidden to touch. He was a tool again, an analyst, but now his desk was in a windowless room, and his subject was the ghost he had once let live. Weeks bled into months. He tracked Ira's silence, the void he left behind. He studied the zero, the perfect circle from the mill until it was burned onto the back of his eyelids. It was a taunt, a promise of a closed system. Arlo knew that Ira would not stop. He would need a new canvas, a grander stage to prove his point after the failure at the mill. The break came from a seemingly innocuous report. A private bank in Zurich, one known for its discretion and its virtually impenetrable security, had experienced a minor, unexplained anomaly. A single safety deposit box rented by a shell corporation had been opened. Nothing was taken, but the contents had been rearranged. Inside was a single, fresh white card. On it was drawn a perfect circle. Arlo stood before the map of connections in his new, sterile office. Zurich, the heart of the world's secret finances, not a museum, not a forgotten mill. This was the system, the real one. He's not targeting a person this time, Arlo said to his handler, a young, serious woman named Carter. He's targeting the concept of trust itself. He knew then what Ira's new masterpiece would be. He wouldn't release a file of secrets. He would simply demonstrate that the vaults of the world were not secure. He would prove that the money, the data, the very foundation of modern power was an illusion. He was going to break the bank, not by robbing it, but by signing his name on its wall. And Arlo knew with a cold, certain dread that he was the only one who could see the pattern because he was still part of it. He was the flaw, and the only way to catch the artist was to follow the crack he had left in the world, a crack that ran directly through himself. He looked at the photo of the circle from Zurich and understood this was no longer about going home. It was about finishing the game. The authorization for the Zurich operation came through with a speed that was, in itself, terrifying. It meant the higher-ups were panicked. Miller's voice over the secure line was stripped of all its usual bureaucratic padding. You get one shot at this, Arlo. You are a consultant on this operation, nothing more. The team on the ground is Swiss, and they are not happy about your inclusion. Do not make me regret this. The bank was a fortress of old money and older stone, sitting with smug permanence on a quiet, manicured street. Inside, it was a temple of silence and polished brass. The manager, a man named Herr Schmidt, had the pinched expression of someone forced to host a plague. He led Arlo and the Swiss tactical team, a group of men who moved with the quiet, lethal grace of panthers to the vault. The air grew colder with each step. The safety deposit box in question was unremarkable, one among thousands in the gleaming wall of locked drawers. The tactical team leader, a man called Adler, gave a sharp nod. One of his men, using tools that looked surgical in their precision, opened the box without triggering any of the bank's myriad alarms. He stepped back. Adler looked at Arlo. Arlo approached. The box was empty save for the single white card. He didn't touch it. He simply looked at the perfect circle drawn upon it. But then his eyes caught something else, a faint impression on the velvety interior lining of the box. He took a small, powerful flashlight from his pocket, a tool he had insisted on bringing. He angled the beam sideways, casting raking light across the fabric. There, pressed into the velvet, was another shape. It was a fingerprint, but it wasn't just any fingerprint, it was his. The air left his lungs. It was from Monaco, from a glass he had touched, from a file folder he didn't know. Ira had not just left his own mark, he had left Arlo's. He was weaving them together, artist and subject, hunter and prey. Adler saw the recognition on his face. What is it? Arlo couldn't speak. His mind was racing, reevaluating every second since the museum. This wasn't a chase. It was a collaboration forced upon him. His every move, his every deduction was a brushstroke Ira had anticipated. He had been so proud of his beacon at the mill, but what if that, too, had been part of the composition? What if he was not the flaw in the pattern, but the central, tragic figure in a drama written by Ira? "He's not here to break the bank's security," Arlo said, his voice hollow. "He's already done that. This is something else. This is a delivery." "A delivery of what?" Adler asked, his impatience growing. "Of me," Arlo whispered. He looked from the card with its perfect circle to the impression of his own fingerprint, two signatures on a single canvas, the zero and the identity, the void and the man trapped within it. Ira's new masterpiece wasn't an attack on a financial system. It was the final unveiling of Arlo himself, proving that even the hunter, the supposed solution, was just another part of the beautiful, broken design, and they were both standing right in the middle of it. The silence in the vault was absolute, broken only by the soft, tense breathing of the men around him. Adler's gaze was no longer merely impatient, it was sharp with suspicion. He looked from Arlo's ashen face to the velvet interior of the box. "Explain," Adler commanded, his voice low and dangerous. Arlo's mind, usually a sanctuary of order and analysis, was a storm of colliding realizations. Ira had never been running from him. He had been leading him, curating his journey, placing him here in this specific room at this specific moment to witness his own role in the exhibition. The circle was the frame. Arlo was the art. "He not targeting the bank's money or its data," Arlo said, forcing the words through a tight throat. "He targeting its credibility. By proving he can place my fingerprint here in their most secure space, he proves that their entire system is compromised. He doesn't need to steal anything. The violation is the point." "And why your fingerprint?" Adler asked, his eyes narrowing. "Because I am the proof of concept," Arlo replied, a bitter taste in his mouth. "I am a former analyst, a man who was vetted by multiple agencies, and now I am a ghost in their machine. My presence here, my identity, is the virus. He using me to demonstrate that no one is clean, no system is pure. That trust is the real illusion." One of Adler's men was already on a secure radio, his voice a hushed, urgent stream of German. The bank manager, Herr Schmidt, looked as if he might be physically ill. The pristine, silent temple of finance had been desecrated, not with a bomb, but with a single, pointed piece of evidence. Arlo knew what would happen next. He would be detained, not as a consultant, but as a person of interest, a component of the breach. Miller's leash had just been pulled taut. He had walked directly into the trap Ira had set, and in doing so, he had validated the artist's entire thesis. As Adler motioned for two of his men to step closer to Arlo, the lights in the vault flickered. Once, twice, then died, plunging them into a blackness so complete it felt solid. A collective intake of breath was followed by the swift, professional clicks of weapons being readied. Then a single screen on a wall-mounted security terminal glowed to life. It was not the bank's interface. It was a plain, black background with a single line of white text, the letters stark and simple. "The exhibition is now open." A soft chime echoed through the vault, the sound of a single, specific phone receiving a notification. All eyes turned. It came from the pocket of the bank manager, Herr Schmidt. His hand trembled as he reached for it. On the screen was a message from an unknown number. It contained a list, account numbers, names, dates. It was a fragment, a teaser of the data Ira possessed. Schmidt dropped the phone as if it had burned him. The breach was not just physical. It was digital, and it was deep. The circle was not just a symbol left on a card. It was the zero at the center of a spreading crack in the foundation of the bank's reality. In the chaos, as flashlights cut beams through the dark and voices rose in alarmed confusion, Arlo stood perfectly still. He was not looking at the screen or the panicked manager. He was looking into the darkness where the security terminal glowed. Ira was here in the system, watching. He had not just delivered Arlo, he had delivered the final, undeniable proof of his victory. The light surged back on. The terminal screen was back to its normal display, but the damage was done. The truth was in the room, hanging in the air like gun smoke. Adler's hand was on his shoulder. "You are coming with us." Arlo didn't resist. He had been right about one thing. This was no longer about going home. It was about understanding that home was just another idea that Ira had proven was fragile. He had become a permanent part of the pattern, a thread pulled so loose that the whole tapestry was now unraveling around him, and he was falling through the holes. The room they put him in was not in a police station. It was another white room in another unmarked building, but this one smelled of antiseptic and old coffee. Adler and a man in a crisp suit who introduced himself as Dr. Richter sat across from him. Richter did the talking. His voice was calm, a river smoothing over stones. "We are not your enemies, Mr. Arlo. We are the custodians of a reality that men like Ira seek to dismantle. You understand this, I think. You appreciate order." Arlo said nothing. He was watching Richter's hands. They were perfectly still on the table. The fingerprint, Richter continued. It was a masterstroke. It forced us to look at you not as a consultant, but as a component. A compromised one, but we have since run a deeper analysis. The print was not lifted from any official record. It was taken from a water glass in a cafe you visited in The Hague 18 months ago. Ira has been building his collection for a very, very long time. The revelation should have been a relief. It wasn't. It meant Ira's planning was even more meticulous, his web even more vast than Arlo had feared. "He is not just an artist," Richter said. "He is a biographer, your biographer, and he is writing you into a corner of history he has designed himself. The only way out is to stop being his subject." "How do I do that?" Arlo asked, his voice rough from disuse. "You become ours," Richter said simply, completely. "You have been operating on the periphery, a troubled asset miller kept on a long leash. That ends now. We will give you access to everything we have on Ira, every failed intercept, every ghost, every theory. You will live and breathe him. You will not hunt the man. You will dissect the pattern until you can predict the next brushstroke before the paint is mixed." They gave him a new room with a bed and a terminal. The data was a tidal wave, years of dead ends and phantom sightings. He saw the same elegant, ruthless logic repeated in a dozen minor events he had never connected. A political scandal in Seoul, the collapse of a hedge fund in London, the sudden silence of a rogue intelligence officer in Damascus. All bore the hallmarks of Ira's touch, the exposure of a hidden flaw, the beautiful, destructive truth. Days blurred. He ate when food was brought to him. He slept when his vision blurred. He was no longer Arlo, the professor, the husband, the father. He was a lens focused on a single point of light in an infinite darkness. The pattern began to emerge. It wasn't a pattern of locations or methods. It was a pattern of escalation. Each event was a more complex and fundamental attack on a system of trust than the last. The museum was about public security. The mill was about personal history. The bank was about financial integrity. He was moving up the chain, attacking the very pillars of a functional society. And he was using Arlo as his compass. Arlo stood up from the terminal, his body stiff. He walked to the door not to leave, but because he needed to move. He looked through the small, reinforced window into the corridor. Carter, his handler, was there, speaking quietly with Richter. He saw her nod, her face serious. Then she turned and walked away, her posture straight, her purpose clear. In that moment he saw it, the next brushstroke. It wasn't about another institution. It was about the institution hunting him. It was about them. Ira's masterpiece wasn't the destruction of a bank or the exposure of a family. It was the corruption of the very mechanism meant to stop him. He would turn them against themselves. He would use their own protocols, their own secrets, their own paranoia as his tools. Arlo turned from the door and went back to the terminal. He began typing, not a search query, but a profile. He wasn't looking for Ira anymore. He was building a model of his own organization, its pressures, its fractures, its hidden shames. He was looking for the flaw that Ira would see, the flaw that he, Arlo, had now been seamlessly integrated into. He was no longer the hunter or the prey. He was the bait in a trap that was about to spring shut on everyone. Story 4. The first thing I noticed was the silence of the clock. I had been coming to Blackwater Manor for 5 years, every Tuesday at 10 a.m., and the first sound to greet me was always the deep, resonant chime of the grandfather clock in the hall, counting out the hour with a throaty, metallic finality. It was the heartbeat of that cold, stone house, but that Tuesday the hall was mute. The clock's brass pendulum was still, frozen between 1 second and the next, as if time itself had taken a breath and decided not to let it out. The only sound was the whisper of rain against the leaded glass windows and the distant, anxious murmur of voices from the library. I am a lawyer, my name is Ben. I handled Colton Blackwater's dry, ruthless affairs, the transfer of immense wealth from one column to another, the legal fortifications that kept his world orderly and impenetrable. I was an architect of documents, a keeper of his secrets, and in that capacity I had become a ghost in his machine, privy to the quiet tensions that hummed beneath the surface of his life. That morning, the machine had broken down. A maid, her face the color of chalk, led me not to the study, but to the library. The room smelled of old leather, expensive whiskey, and something else, something coppery and thick that lay underneath it all. Colton Blackwater was in his favorite armchair, a high-backed throne of oxblood leather. He might have been sleeping, but for the dark, blooming rose of violence on the white linen of his shirt, just above his heart. His head was tilted back, his eyes open and fixed on the carved ceiling, reflecting nothing. The patriarch, the titan, reduced to a still life in his own museum. That was when I saw the others, arranged around the room like actors waiting for a cue. Lillian, the elder niece, stood by the fireplace, her posture as rigid as marble. She was all sharp angles and cold intelligence, her dark hair pulled back so severely it seemed to stretch the skin of her face. Her eyes, the color of a winter sea, met mine for a moment, and in them I saw not grief, but a furious, calculating calm. Ilara, the younger, was curled in the window seat, a fragile bird in a silk dressing gown. Her fair hair was a mess of tears and tangles, and her whole body trembled with a silence more piercing than any scream. Between them, a calm presence in the storm, stood Detective James. He was a man who seemed carved from seasoned wood, his face a map of quiet patience, his movements economical and precise. He did not look like a detective from the movies. He looked like a man who understood the weight of things, the gravity of a single fingerprint, the story a dust mote could tell. He acknowledged me with a slight nod, his eyes already cataloging me, placing me into the puzzle of this terrible morning. The investigation began not with a siren-esque wail, but with a whisper. It seeped into the walls of Blackwater Manor, a slow, persistent damp. James was its agent, a quiet force of nature. He moved through the rooms without disturbing the air, his questions soft-spoken and direct. I became his shadow, my professional capacity granting me a passport through the crime scene. I was the intermediary, the one who could translate the family's opaque dynamics into the cold language of law and motive. We learned the clock had stopped at 2:07 a.m. The housekeeper, a woman named Agnes with hands perpetually dusted with flour, had found him just after 6. She spoke of the master's routines, his nightly glass of port, his habit of reading in the library until late. Caspian, the house secretary, confirmed it. Caspian was a man who seemed to be made of the same polished wood as the furniture, his devotion to Colton so complete it had erased his own personality. He presented the evening as schedule, his voice a monotone of efficiency, but his eyes, when they flickered towards Lillian, held a flicker of something else, something protective and deep. The will was, of course, the specter haunting every conversation. I had drawn it up myself. Colton Blackwater was not a man given to sentiment. His fortune, a vast empire of shipping and real estate, was to be split, but it was a split designed to test character. Lillian, whom he saw as his heir in temperament and ruthlessness, was to receive controlling interest in the company. Ilara, his dead sister's delicate child, was to receive a vast trust fund, a palace of financial security, but no power. It was a will that cultivated jealousy, that pitted strength against fragility, and now, in the wake of his death, it felt less like a document and more like a motive, printed on vellum and sealed in wax. The days bled into one another, a gray procession of interviews and subtle tensions. James would sit with me in the study after the family had retired, the rain a constant percussion against the windows. His method was not one of dramatic confrontation, but of patient accumulation. He spoke in a low, confidential tone, as if we were two scholars piecing together a fragmented text. Lillian was all controlled steel. She answered questions with the precision of a courtroom lawyer, her alibi a fortress of business emails sent from her private study between midnight and 3. She spoke of her uncle with a respect that bordered on idolatry, but there was an ambition in her that was a cold, hard fact, a diamond at the center of her being. She did not weep, she calculated. Ilara was a portrait of shattered nerves. Her alibi was her own word, the unverifiable claim of sleep, punctuated by the vague memory of hearing a sound, a thump, maybe a cry, lost in the labyrinth of her dreams and sleeping drafts. She spoke of her uncle with a fearful affection, a child who had never quite escaped the shadow of a giant. Her grief was real, a raw, open wound, but in this house, even grief could be a performance. And then there was Caspian. The secretary moved through the house like a silent film. His presence felt more than seen. He was the keeper of the keys, the knower of codes, the man who scheduled Colton's life and perhaps his death. James found a curious thing. A single long dark hair, not Lillian's ebony nor Ilara's gold, but a match for Caspian's own, caught on the edge of the desk near the body. When confronted, Caspian's polished demeanor cracked, not with guilt, but with a desperate, tragic love. He confessed not to murder, but to a secret allegiance. He was not just a secretary. He was Lillian's biological father, a fact known only to the two of them and the dead man. Colton had taken him in decades ago, granting him a place near his daughter in exchange for his silence and his service. His motive was not money, but a father's fierce, hidden devotion. The hair placed him there near the body, but he claimed he had only come down after hearing the shot, to find his daughter's patron dead, and in a panic had fled, fearing she would be blamed. It was a seismic shift. The ground of the investigation trembled. Lillian's cold strength now seemed rooted in a secret shame, a lifetime of being a daughter and a niece, never able to claim her true father. The will took on a new, cruel dimension. James watched it all, his calm face a mask. He had not yet drawn his weapon, but I felt him circling, the pressure building in the quiet rooms. The revelation did not come with a shout. It came on a breath in the hush of the library 2 weeks after the murder. The rain had finally ceased, leaving a clean, cold light to filter through the windows. James had asked for everyone to be present: Lillian, Ilara, Caspian, the senior staff. He stood where Colton had died, not as an accuser, but as a storyteller. He began to speak, his voice that same hypnotic, intimate whisper. He talked not about the murder first, but about the clock. The stopped clock. He had had a specialist examine it. It had not run down, it had been stopped, deliberately. The time 2:07 was a fiction, a piece of stagecraft. The medical examiner, refining his estimate, now believed the time of death was closer to 1:30. A small thing, a matter of minutes, but in that house, minutes were continents. He turned his gaze not to Lillian, not to Caspian, but to Graham, the old groundskeeper who had served the family for 40 years. A man so woven into the background he was practically invisible, a quiet, weathered man who smelled of peat and loam. "You loved Alara," James said, and it wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact, soft as a falling leaf. You saw her as the daughter you never had, fragile, kind, mistreated by a man who saw her as a decorative object. You knew the terms of the will. You knew she would be taken care of, but you also knew Lillian would get the power. And you knew from the gossip of the house, from the things you saw, that Lillian was strong enough to find a way to break the trust, to disinherit Alara out of spite. "You couldn't risk that." Graham did not deny it. He simply looked at James, his old eyes full of a terrible, clear understanding. He had heard Colton and Lillian arguing that night, a fierce, vicious thing about the company, about legacy. He had seen his chance. He had taken the antique letter opener from the desk, a thing he knew was sharp enough, and he had gone into the library after Lillian had left, after Colton, agitated, had poured his port. He had done the deed quickly, a single, precise thrust. Then he had created the alibi. He had stopped the clock, a thing he knew how to do from his years of winding it, setting a false time to confuse the investigation. He had slipped back into the night, a ghost in his own domain. He had not done it for money. He had not done it for revenge. He had done it for love, a twisted, paternal, devastating love, to remove the one obstacle he believed stood between his fragile bird and her golden cage. He had killed the dragon to save the princess, not understanding that the princess was now trapped in a tower of her own grief, in a kingdom forever poisoned. There was no dramatic arrest, no struggle. Graham simply nodded, a small, weary gesture, and two uniformed officers led him away. The case was closed, the puzzle was solved, justice in its mechanical way was served. But that is not the truth of it. The truth is what haunts me now, long after the headlines have faded. The truth is in the look that passed between Lillian and Alara in that final moment, a look of such profound, shared horror that it bound them more tightly than blood ever could. The truth is that Graham's love was a phantom. Lillian, for all her ambition, would never have harmed Alara. The truth is that the real culprit was not a person, but the very atmosphere of that house, the slow accumulation of silence and secrets, the weight of a legacy that crushed all softer things beneath it. I dream of Blackwater Manor. I dream of the clock that is still stopped, its hands forever pointing to a time that never was. I dream of Colton in his chair, of Graham walking through the wet grass, of Lillian Steele and Alara tears. And in my dreams it is never clear. Did Graham truly act alone? Was Caspian secret more dangerous than he claimed? Did Lillian argument with her uncle plant the seed that another hand was all too willing to water? The investigation dissolved. The facts were entered into evidence. The reports were filed. The world moved on. But here in the quiet of my own study, with the rain starting again outside my window, I am not sure of anything. I am only sure of the silence that followed, a silence deeper and more absolute than any I have ever known, a silence that has the shape of a stopped clock and the scent of old blood and regret. I close the file, but the case remains open, a wound in my mind that will not heal, a story without an ending, a mystery that sleeps in the heart of the rain, waiting for a chime that will never come. The rain on my window was a feeble imitation of the Blackwater rain, a civic drizzle against glass, not the ancient, pounding percussion on leaded panes. I tried to return to my other clients, to the dry minutiae of corporate law, but my focus was fractured. The Blackwater file was closed, officially, but it lay on my desk like a light weight, its contents a ghost in the machine of my own mind. A week after Graham's confession, a package arrived at my office, left with my secretary by a courier she did not recognize. It was a flat, rectangular box wrapped in plain brown paper with no return address. My name was typed on a simple label. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a book. It was a slender, leather-bound volume, its cover embossed with a pattern of intertwined thorns. There was no title. I opened it. The pages were filled with a delicate, looping script I recognized instantly as Alara S. It was not a diary, not a confession. It was a collection of stories, fairy tales of a sort, but twisted, dark things set in a great stone house by a restless sea. There was a king of ice and ledgers, a princess of sharpened glass, a groundskeeper who was also a silent knight, and a fragile bird in a gilded cage. The allegory was thin, the pain beneath it raw and pulsing. I read it in one sitting, the daylight fading outside my window, and when I finished, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The final story was different. It was about a clockmaker who grew so tired of time's relentless march that he built a perfect, beautiful clock that could be stopped. He sold it to the Ice King, telling him it was a monument to his power that he could own a moment forever. But the clockmaker was a liar. The clock was a key. When its hands were frozen, it did not stop time. It merely opened a door in the fabric of the house, a door through which other, quieter things could slip in and out unseen. I drove back to Blackwater Manor the next day. I had no appointment, no professional reason. I told myself I was returning the book, that it was a piece of personal property that should remain with the family. The truth was, I needed to see the clock again. Lillian answered the door herself. She was dressed in a severe black suit, the company's affairs already fully in her hands. She looked older, the sharp angles of her face honed even finer by the recent events. She did not seem surprised to see me. "Mr. Ben," she said, her voice a cool, level stream. She glanced at the book in my hands, and her eyes flickered with something unreadable. "I see you received Alara's little gift. She has a fanciful mind." It was a comfort to her, writing those things. "It is very evocative," I said, following her into the hall. The silence was the same. The grandfather clock stood sentinel, its brass face dull in the gray light, its hand still fixed at 2:07. I stopped before it. "The police," I began, choosing my words with care. "They concluded that Graham stopped the clock to create a false time of death." Lillian stood beside me, her hands clasped neatly in front of her. "That is the official finding," she said. Her tone was perfectly neutral. "Alara's story," I said, tapping the book's cover. "She writes about the clock being a key, a door." For the first time, a crack appeared in Lillian's marble composure. It was not much, just a slight tightening at the corner of her mouth, a barely perceptible intake of breath. She looked from the clock to me, and her wintersea eyes were deep and unquiet. "My sister deals in metaphors, Mr. Ben. It is how she processes a world that has always been too harsh for her. Graham was a simple, sentimental man. He loved her. He killed for her. The clock is just a clock." She turned away from it as if dismissing the subject. "Would you care for some tea? I am afraid Caspian is in the city, handling some transfers." I declined. I had my answer, though it was not the one I had come for. It was not in her words, but in that fleeting, unguarded moment. She knew. She knew the clock was more than a clock, or at the very least, she knew that its stopping was more than a simple alibi. She knew that Graham's confession was a key that fit one lock, but that there were other, darker doors in Blackwater Manor that had been opened that night, doors that she had no intention of ever acknowledging. I left the book with her and drove away. In my rearview mirror, the manor receded into the mist, a hulk of stone and secret history. I knew then that I would never have the whole truth. Graham's hand had held the weapon, but the will had provided the motive. The secret of Caspian's paternity had provided the tension, and Lillian's ambition had provided the spark. They were all complicit, not in the murder, but in the creation of the conditions that made it inevitable. They were gears in the same terrible machine. And I was the ghost who had seen it turning. The case was closed, but the story was not over. It would never be over. It was ticking away in the silence, in the spaces between the facts, in the quiet, desperate fictions we tell ourselves to make sense of the dark. The rain began to fall harder, and I drove on, leaving the manor and its stopped clock behind, carrying the true, unending mystery with me. The tea in my cup had gone cold. I sat at my desk, the city's evening lights smearing across the wet glass of my window. The drive back had been a blur, my mind trapped in the gilded cage of Alara's stories and Lillian's final, telling silence. I had been hired to interpret a will, to navigate the legal aftermath of a death. I had not been hired to confront the living, breathing malignancy of a family's soul. A few days later, a formal, cream-colored envelope arrived. Inside was a brief, typewritten note from Lillian Blackwater. It stated that, in accordance with her uncle's wishes and to ensure the continued stability of the Blackwater holdings, she was invoking a clause I myself had written into the trust. She was consolidating control. Alara's financial independence was being subtly, legally, and irrevocably curtailed. The palace of financial security was becoming a well-appointed prison. The will had been a test, and Lillian had passed. She had proven her ruthlessness. I felt a profound weariness. I thought of Graham, his love weaponized into a horrific act, now rendered meaningless by a few strokes of Lillian's pen. He had sacrificed his freedom for nothing. He had misunderstood the nature of the threat. The dragon was not Colton. The dragon was the legacy itself, and Lillian had become its new, more perfect embodiment. I never heard from any of them again. The Blackwater account was closed, the files archived. Life moved on, yet sometimes on quiet, rain-soaked nights my phone will ring. There is never anyone on the other end, just the hollow sound of an open line and what might be the distant, rhythmic sigh of the sea. I know it is likely a fault in the line, a crossed wire, a ghost of technology. But I cannot shake the feeling that it is the house itself, its silence finally finding a voice, a soft, persistent whisper across the miles. A reminder that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. And I am the only one who knows they are there. I never answer. I simply listen until the silence on the line becomes absolute, then I place the receiver back in its cradle with a quiet click. My wife asks me who it was, and I tell her it was a wrong number. It is not a lie, not exactly. It is a number calling from a world that is wrong, a world that should not be able to reach into this one. Years have passed. I read in the financial pages about Lillian's aggressive expansion of the Blackwater Empire. Her name is synonymous with a certain kind of brilliant, unyielding corporate strategy. There is a photograph of her once at a charity gala, her smile a precise, polished tool. Standing just behind her, always in the background, is Caspian. His hair is gray now, but his posture is still that of a devoted sentinel. The caption identifies him as her chief of staff. The article makes no mention of an Alara. I do not know what became of the younger sister. She has vanished from public view entirely. I sometimes imagine her in a quiet room in a different part of the vast manor, perhaps looking out over the sea, writing her dark fairy tales in another slender, leather-bound book. Or perhaps she is not there at all. Perhaps the gilded cage became too suffocating, and she simply ceased to be, her fragile light extinguished by the sheer, overwhelming weight of the stone around her. The case remains the most profound failure of my career, though on paper it was a success. A man confessed, the law was satisfied, but I had been a witness to a moral collapse so complete that it defied legal categorization. I had seen how a truth could be technically correct and yet a lie in its soul. Last autumn I found myself driving through the county where Blackwater Manor stands. It was not an accident. I had taken a detour from a business trip, telling myself I needed the coastal air. The house was hidden behind newer, taller gates, and a discreet security system warned me away before I could even see the chimneys. I parked my car on the public road and walked a little way down the lane until the roof was just visible above the tree line. It was a clear, cold day, the sky a hard, pale blue. The house looked smaller than I remembered, and yet more dense, as if it had absorbed all the shadows from that long-ago rain and compressed them into its stone. As I stood there, a figure emerged from a side door and walked slowly across the lawn toward the cliffs. It was a woman wrapped in a shawl, her hair pale gold in the sun. Ilara. She walked to the very edge and stood for a long time looking out at the water. She was so still she might have been a part of the landscape. I wanted to call out, to ask her if she was all right, to tell her I was sorry, but I did not. The distance between us was more than just the length of the lawn and the crunch of the gravel drive. It was the distance between a story and its reader. I got back into my car and drove away. I understood then that my role was over. I was not a character in their story anymore. I was merely its keeper. The true ending had already been written, not in a confession or a court document, but in the set of Lillian S. shoulders as she ruled her kingdom, in the silent vigilance of Caspian, in Alara S. lonely vigil by the sea. It was an ending of quiet, relentless entropy. The mystery was not who killed Colton Blackwater. The mystery was how any of them could go on living in the world they had made, a world whose time was forever set to a moment of violence, a world whose heart was a stopped clock. And that was a mystery I would never solve. The engine turned over with a mundane purr, a sound utterly alien to the memory of that place. I focused on the road ahead, on the simple, asphalt reality of it, but my mind remained caught in the image of Alara at the cliff's edge, a solitary marker against the vast, indifferent sea. She was not waving, not signaling, not even moving. She was simply there, a testament to a permanence of loss. The following spring I received a final communication of a sort, a small, discreet notice in the obituaries. Graham, the groundskeeper, had died in prison. The cause was listed as natural. He had never recanted his confession, never spoken to the press, never received a visitor. I wondered if he had followed the news of the family he had sought to protect, if he had learned of Lillian's consolidation of power, of Alara's effective disappearance. I wondered if he died believing his sacrifice had meant something, or if the truth had found him in his cell in the quiet hours of the night, a more final sentence than any the state could impose. I clipped the notice and placed it inside the old Blackwater file, which I keep not in my office but in a locked drawer at home. It is not a professional reference. It is a memento mori, a reminder of the limits of my own understanding. The law deals in actions and consequences, in wills and trusts and confessions. It has no statute for the poison that seeps from one generation to the next, no remedy for a love that manifests as murder, no court that can adjudicate the silence of a stopped clock. My own hair is gray now. The rain still falls outside my window, a familiar city rhythm. The phone has not rang in that hollow, seasighing way for many years. Perhaps the line has been repaired, or the house has finally exhausted its need to speak. Or perhaps I have simply learned not to hear it. The case is closed. The players have moved on, or have been moved by forces greater than themselves. I am an old man with a file full of ghosts, and the only thing I know for certain is that the truth is not a single, solid thing you can hold in your hand. It is a series of doors, and we spend our lives opening them, only to find more rooms, more shadows, and always the faint, relentless ticking of the clock we cannot see. The ticking I imagine is not in my head, but in the world. It is the sound of other houses, other families, other secrets grinding their way toward their own inevitable conclusions. I have learned to listen for it in the voices of new clients, to see its shadow in the clauses of their contracts. They come to me seeking order, a legal framework to impose on the chaos of their lives. I provide it. I am good at my job, but I am always aware of the silence beneath the words, the potential for a story to curdle into something dark and unmanageable. I took my grandson to the park last week. He is 5, with a fierce, uncomplicated love for the world. He was playing on a simple wooden boat in the playground, spinning the wheel and shouting commands to an imaginary crew. The sun was bright, the sounds were of laughter and barking dogs. It was the antithesis of Blackwater. And yet for a moment, as I watched him, I saw Alara on her cliff, Graham in his garden, Lillian at her ledger. I saw the terrible, beautiful machinery of human connection and its failure. We build our boats, we spin our wheels, but the sea and the silence are always there, waiting. He ran up to me, his face flushed with joy, and asked me to push him on the swing. I did. I pushed him higher and higher, his small legs pumping, his laughter scattering the ghosts. For those few minutes there was only the clean arc of the swing, the clear blue sky, and the sound of a child's delight. There was no mystery, only the simple, profound truth of the moment. We went home for dinner. The file remains in its drawer. The rain will fall again tonight, and I will sleep, untroubled by dreams of stopped clocks or silent phones. I have made my peace with the not knowing. Some doors are meant to remain closed. Some silences are meant to be kept. The story of Blackwater Manor is over. It has become a part of my own, a quiet lesson in the limits of truth and the enduring necessity of pushing a child on a swing under a sun that, for now, knows no shadows. The memory of that day in the park stays with me, a warm stone in my pocket I can turn over when the world feels too cold. It is a reminder that my failure at Blackwater was not in failing to find a purer truth, but in failing to recognize that such a thing does not exist in places like that. Truth there is a currency, devalued by generations of quiet betrayal. This morning a new client sat across from me, a young man with ambitious eyes and a plan to secure his future. He spoke of legacy and control, of ensuring his vision would endure. I listened, and beneath his polished words I heard the faint, familiar ticking. I drew up the papers he requested, my hand steady, the language precise and powerful. I gave him exactly what he wanted, but when he left, I did not archive the file immediately. I left it on my desk, a flat, rectangular weight, and I looked at it for a long time, wondering what stories would one day be written about the doors I had just helped him build. The young man's name was Alistair Reed, and his file sat on my desk for the rest of the afternoon. The setting sun caught its manila surface, turning it a dull gold. It was just a folder containing the dry architecture of a trust fund, but it felt heavier than it should. I had built a sturdy, legal cage for his ambitions, but I found myself wondering about the bird that would live inside it. Would it sing, or would it, like Alara, learn to express itself only in metaphors for its own confinement? My secretary buzzed, announcing the end of the day. I slipped the Reed file into a drawer, a temporary resting place before its journey to the archives. The action was routine, but my mind was not. I was no longer the confident young lawyer who had first driven to Blackwater Manor. I was a man who had learned that the most binding contracts are the unwritten ones, the silent agreements between people to uphold a certain version of reality, no matter the cost. That evening I walked home by a different route through the bustling heart of the city. The lights of restaurants and shops spilled onto the pavement, a vibrant chaos of life. I watched couples arguing, friends laughing, a busker playing a mournful tune on a saxophone. Each of them was the center of their own story, each life a complex web of choices and consequences I would never know. I was an outsider to all of them, just as I had been an outsider to the Blackwaters. The difference was that I now preferred it this way. Some stories are not meant to be solved, only witnessed from a safe distance. When I reached my apartment, the light on my answering machine was blinking. A cold, irrational dread tightened my chest for a single, suspended second before reason reasserted itself. It was my wife reminding me to pick up milk. The mundane reality of the message was a relief so profound it felt like a pardon. I stood there in the quiet hallway, the receiver in my hand, and I understood the final, unalterable truth of the Blackwater affair. It had not been a case, it had been an inoculation. A small, controlled dose of a particular kind of darkness, one that had left me with a permanent immunity to simple answers and a deep, abiding gratitude for the complicated, messy, and beautifully ordinary life I had built in its wake. The clock in my own hallway ticked steadily on, marking not an ending but the continuous precious present. The milk was cold in my hand when I walked into the kitchen. My wife was at the stove, humming. The ordinary sound was a balm. I put the carton on the counter and kissed her cheek, the simple domesticity of the gesture a deliberate anchor in the here and now. I thought of the Reed file locked in my desk downtown, and I made a quiet decision. In the morning I would call him. I would suggest a minor, almost negligible amendment to the trust, a clause that would grant a future, hypothetical beneficiary a small degree of unforeseen flexibility. It was a pointless gesture, a legal whisper against a coming storm, but it was the only kind of intervention I had left to give. We ate dinner and watched a forgettable film on television. I did not think of Blackwater Manor or of stopped clocks or of the sound of the sea on a dead line. I thought about the plot of the movie, and I laughed when my wife laughed. Later, as I lay in the dark, the city's eternal glow seeping around the edges of the blinds, I realized that the mystery had in its own way been solved. The question was never about the nature of truth, but about the nature of survival. Lillian survived by wielding power, Caspian by serving it, Alara by escaping into the landscape of her own mind. Graham did not survive, and I survived by learning to live with the questions, by accepting that the silence does not always need to be filled. The case was closed, the story was over, and in the quiet rhythm of my own breathing, that was finally enough. The next morning I made the call to Alistair Reed. He was polite but firm, rejecting the proposed amendment. He saw it as unnecessary, a potential flaw in the elegant structure he had commissioned. I did not press the point. I had done my small, quiet duty. After I hung up, I finalized the documents and sent them to be filed. The weight of the Reed file was gone from my desk, but a different weight remained, a familiar and now almost comfortable melancholy. It is a strange legacy, this knowledge of the dark. It does not cripple me. It simply sits beside me in quiet moments, a companion of sorts. I look at my grandson and I see the infinite possibilities of his life, the stories yet to be written. And I know with a certainty that is beyond sorrow that some of those stories will be difficult. Some doors will open onto pain, but he will have other things too. He will have the memory of a grandfather who pushed him on a swing under a clear blue sky, a moment of unadulterated joy to hold against the coming shadows. That is a kind of truth as well. Perhaps it is the only one that truly matters in the end. The file on Alistair Reed was eventually archived, another brick in the wall of my long career. I never saw his name in the papers, for which I was quietly grateful. My own retirement came not long after, a gradual slowing down that felt natural, like a tide receding. My days are now filled with books and long walks and the deep, abiding peace of a life lived on its own terms. The past feels distant, a series of photographs in an album I rarely open. Last week, however, I was cleaning out the back of my closet and found a box of old case files I had brought home decades ago, intending to sort them. The Blackwater file was among them. I had not looked at it in 20 years. The folder was brittle, the newspaper clipping about Graham's death yellowed and fragile. I did not read it. I simply held it for a moment, feeling the thinness of the paper, the sheer weight of the silence it contained. Then I took the entire box out to the backyard, where a small, contained fire was burning autumn leaves. One by one, I fed the files to the flames. I watched the pages curl and blacken, the words turning to smoke and rising into the crisp air. When I reached the Blackwater file, I did not hesitate. I dropped it onto the pyre. The flames took it eagerly, consuming Graham's confession, my own notes, the obituary, the entire ghost-ridden narrative. It was not an act of destruction, but of release. I was not burning the truth. I was simply returning its vessel to the elements. The fire died down, leaving a bed of warm ash. A light rain began to fall, hissing softly as it met the embers. I stood there until I was quite damp, watching the last tendrils of smoke dissolve into the gray sky. There was no profound epiphany, no final closure. There was only the rain on my face, the scent of wood smoke and wet earth, and the quiet, unshakable knowledge that I was free. The story was not just over, it was gone, and the silence that remained was my own. The rain soaked through my jacket, a cold and pleasant feeling. It was the rain of my own city, on my own soil, falling on a man who had finally laid down a burden he no longer needed to name. I went inside, changed into dry clothes, and made a cup of tea. The house was quiet, my wife out visiting a friend. I sat in my favorite chair by the window and watched the water trace paths down the glass. A week later, a letter arrived. The handwriting was elegant and unfamiliar, the postmark from a small coastal town hundreds of miles from Blackwater Manor. There was no return address. Inside, on a single sheet of heavy, cream-colored paper, was a short message. It contained no greeting, no signature. It read only, "The clock is wound. The line is clear. Thank you for listening." I read it 3 times, my heart a strange, still thing in my chest. Then I folded the letter carefully and walked to the window. The sun had broken through the clouds, casting a pale winter light on the street below. I did not know who had sent it, though a single clear image of Alara, her hand holding a pen, flashed in my mind. It did not matter. The message was not a summons, nor a beginning. It was an acknowledgement, a final period on a sentence written long ago. I did not keep the letter. I held a corner of it to the flame of the gas stove in my kitchen and watched it burn, a tiny, controlled conflagration in the palm of my hand. I dropped the last fragment into the sink and washed the ashes away. There was nothing left to file, nothing left to ponder. The story had not been erased by the fire in my garden. It had been completed by a few words in an unknown hand. The silence in my house was no longer about them. It was entirely and peacefully my own. The days that followed were marked by a new quality of light. It was as if the world had been wiped clean, not of its complexities, but of my need to solve them. I took up gardening, my hands learning the language of soil and root, a patient dialogue with things that grew in their own time. My wife remarked on my newfound stillness. I did not explain it. Some peace is too deep for words. Months turned into years with a gentle, unremarked-upon rhythm. My grandson grew into a young man with his own fierce dreams, and I watched him navigate his life with a mixture of pride and a quiet, seasoned hope. I never told him the story of Blackwater Manor. It was not his burden to carry. Some stories are heirlooms of darkness, and they deserve to die with their keepers. This morning I woke to a world blanketed in a soft, early snow. I made my coffee and stood at the window, watching the flakes settle on the bare branches of the oak tree in our yard. The world was hushed, insulated by the white. My eye caught the old wooden bench beneath the tree, its surface now a pristine, unbroken sheet of white. And for the first time in decades, I did not think of another bench on a cliff above a churning sea. The memory was there, but it had lost its sting. It was simply a memory, a piece of a life fully lived. The snow continued to fall, each flake a tiny, perfect ending. I finished my coffee, the warmth, the comfort in my hands. There were no more letters, no more echoes from that distant shore. The line was not just clear, it was silent, and the silence was no longer a question. It was the answer I had been waiting for all along. The snow fell all morning, a quiet, persistent erasure of the world's sharp edges. I thought of the letter and of the finality it had brought. It had been an act of grace, I decided, a gesture that acknowledged the past without seeking to reopen it. The story was complete, and in its completion, it had granted me a kind of absolution I had never known I needed. My grandson called in the afternoon, his voice full of the urgent, practical concerns of his own young life. He was facing a decision about his career, and he wanted my advice. I listened, and I heard no ticking, only the clear, strong pulse of a future being built. I offered no grand pronouncements, no warnings from my own history. I simply asked questions, helping him to clarify his own thoughts. He thanked me before he hung up, and the gratitude in his voice was for the present moment, for a grandfather who was fully there with him, unhaunted. Later I pulled on my boots and went outside to shovel the walk. The work was simple, rhythmic, the scrape of the shovel against the pavement a grounding sound. My breath plumed in the cold air. I felt the strength in my own arms, the steady beat of my heart. This was my life, measured not in grand cases or profound mysteries, but in seasons, in conversations, in the small, necessary chores of a man content with his lot. When I came back inside, the house was warm. My wife was reading in the living room. She looked up and smiled, and I saw the years in her face not as lines of age, but as a map of our shared journey. I sat beside her, the chill still on my skin, and picked up my own book. We did not speak for a long time. The only sound was the turning of pages and the soft hiss of the radiator. It was a silence I understood completely, a language we had built together over a lifetime. It asked for nothing more than this, the simple, profound fact of our presence in the same room, two old companions watching the day fade into a peaceful, snow-blanketed night. The next spring, my wife passed away. It was not a tragedy, but a completion. We had said everything that needed to be said in 1,000 small ways over 50 years. The silence she left behind was different from all the others. It was not a void to be filled with speculation or dread, but a spaciousness filled with her absence, a presence in itself. I found I could bear it. I had, after all, been in training for this my whole adult life. Our grandson, a man now with a family of his own, helped me sort through her things. He handled her jewelry, her books, her faded recipe cards with a tender reverence. He was building his own ark against the coming silence, and I saw that it was good and strong. He asked me once if I was lonely. I told him I was sometimes, but that it was a clean loneliness, like a room after the guests have gone home. It held the echo of laughter, not of whispers. I sold the house and moved into a smaller apartment near the park. The process of winnowing down a lifetime of possessions was surprisingly easy. I kept what brought me joy, as the saying goes, and let the rest go. The few boxes I brought with me contained no files, no cryptic letters, only photographs and a few well-loved books. This afternoon I sat on a bench in that same park, watching children play. One little girl with hair the color of wheat was spinning the wheel on that same wooden boat. She shouted to her imaginary crew with a voice that could command the wind itself. I smiled. The story does not repeat itself, but it rhymes. The boat remains, and the children who captain it, generation after generation, sailing into their own futures, toward their own mysteries. I felt no urge to intervene, to warn, or to decipher. My role was simply to watch, to bear witness to the enduring, foolish, and magnificent human project of setting sail. The sun was warm on my face. The ghosts were not scattered, they were simply gone. I closed my eyes, listening to the laughter and the distant bark of a dog, and I understood that this was the only answer I would ever get, and that it was and had always been enough. The path home from the park was familiar, a route worn smooth by countless solitary walks. The city sounds were a comfortable murmur, a world going about its business. I stopped at my usual market, the bell above the door jingling a welcome. The young woman at the counter, whose name I'd long since learned was Maria, smiled as she rang up my small purchase. We exchanged a few words about the weather, a simple human transaction that felt as solid and real as the bread in my bag. Back in my apartment, the silence greeted me. It was no longer the silence of a house filled with a shared life, but the quieter, simpler silence of a single room. I put the bread on the counter and poured a glass of water. The evening light slanted through the window, catching the dust motes dancing in the air. They were not symbols of neglect, but of a space that was lived in, breathed in. I did not feel old in that moment. I felt present, a man sitting in a patch of sun at the end of a long day. That night I dreamed not of the sea or of stopped clocks, but of my wife. We were in a garden I did not recognize, but which felt like our own. She was not young, nor was I. We were exactly as we were the last time I saw her, and she was pointing at a bird in a tree, her face alight with a quiet joy. There were no words in the dream, only a profound and effortless understanding. When I woke, the feeling remained, a warmth that had nothing to do with the morning sun already brightening the blinds. I rose and made my tea. The day stretched before me, empty of obligation, full of potential. I could read or walk or simply sit and let my thoughts drift. The choice was entirely my own. There were no more files on my desk, no more clients with their hidden ticking, no more letters from a distant shore. There was only this quiet room, this cup of tea, this breath in my lungs. I had spent a lifetime learning to listen for the secrets in the silence. Now at last I could simply listen to the silence itself. And it was not empty, it was full. It was complete. The mail arrived around noon, a small bundle of envelopes I carried to the table. Most of it was junk, but one item caught my eye, a postcard. The picture was of a lighthouse on a rugged, unfamiliar coast. I turned it over. The message side was blank. There was no stamp, no postmark, only my name and address written in a neat, anonymous hand. I held it for a long moment, feeling the glossy surface of the photograph. Then I placed it on the windowsill, the lighthouse facing out. It was not a threat or a summons. It was a reminder that other shores existed, other lights still turned, and that their existence had nothing to do with me anymore. I finished my tea and decided to walk to the library. The air was cool and clean. I passed the park and saw the wooden boat was empty, waiting for its next crew. At the library, I browsed the shelves without any particular goal, my fingers trailing over the spines of countless stories. I did not choose a mystery or a tale of suspense. I chose a book on the history of shipbuilding, a dense, factual volume that spoke of wood and wind and practical men. I checked it out and walked home, the weight of the book a pleasant, uncomplicated anchor in my hand. The days continue in this manner, one after the other, a gentle procession. I read, I walk, I remember, sometimes I forget. The past has become like a country I once visited, its geography grown vague and its borders closed. The silence in my apartment is a companion I have come to know well. We sit together in the evenings, and it asks nothing of me. It is a finished thing, a story that has been told, and I am no longer its narrator, only a man listening to the quiet hum of the world, a man who is, at last, and in every way that matters, home. The shipbuilding book was more fascinating than I had anticipated. It spoke of joints and seals, of the precise calculation needed to keep the water out and the vessel afloat. It was a manual for building an ark, not from fear, but from knowledge. I found a strange comfort in its pages, in the straightforward problems of physics and engineering. There were answers in this book, clear and definitive. One evening my grandson came to visit. He saw the postcard on the windowsill. "Who's that from?" he asked, picking it up. "I don't know," I said, and it was the simple truth. He studied the picture for a moment, then put it back. "Nice lighthouse," he said, and the conversation moved on to his daughter's latest achievements at school. He did not sense any mystery in the card, and because he did not, I realized I no longer did either. It was just a postcard. After he left, I looked at the lighthouse again. The setting sun glinted off its surface, and for a fleeting second it looked less like a photograph and more like a window. Then the light shifted, and it was just a picture once more. I left it there. It was part of the room now, a small, silent detail in the landscape of my life. It did not need to mean anything. It was allowed to simply be. The seasons turned, the postcard faded in the sun, the colors of the lighthouse softening and blending. One day, while cleaning, I took it down from the sill. The image was almost ghostly, the writing of my address barely legible. I did not hesitate. I dropped it into the recycling bin with the newspapers and the empty cans. It was not a ritual, not a burning. It was just taking out the trash. I still think of them sometimes, Lillian and Caspian and Alara. They are like characters from a novel I read long ago, their motives and fates fixed in a narrative that has nothing to do with my present. They are no more real to me now than the sailors in my shipbuilding book. They had their journey, and I had mine. My journey is here in this room, in this city. It is in the weekly calls with my grandson and the occasional visit from his family. It is in the slow turning of pages and the steady rhythm of my own heart. The mystery was never really about Blackwater Manor. It was about how to carry the weight of knowing without being crushed by it. I learned. It took me most of my life, but I learned. The weight is gone now, and what remains is light and quiet and enough. Story 5. The steady, metronomic tick of the grandmother clock in the hall was the house's heartbeat. It was a sound so constant, so woven into the fabric of their evenings that Celeste only ever heard it in its absence. Tonight it was all she could hear. She stood at the bottom of the stairs, a silk wrap clinging to her shoulders, and listened to it mark the seconds. Each tick was a grain of sand dropping in the great, silent hourglass of the night. Then from the nursery above, a soft thump. The clock ticked on unfazed, but the spell was broken. Celeste's own heart stuttered, a frantic bird against her ribs. She climbed the stairs, each step a deliberate act of will, the polished wood cool beneath her bare feet. The door to the nursery was ajar, a sliver of darkness showing beyond. She always closed it. She was certain she had closed it. Pushing it open, the scent of talcum powder and warm milk filled her nostrils. The mobile over the crib, a constellation of faded felt stars, was still. The room was a perfect, silent diorama of waiting. She moved to the crib, her hand reaching for the carved maple rail, her eyes adjusting to the dim light from the hall. The crib was empty. The white fitted sheet was smooth, undisturbed save for a single deep impression in the center, a ghost of the small weight that had been there. The little blanket, the one with the ducks, was gone. Celeste's breath caught in her throat, a sharp, painful hook. She did not scream. The sound that escaped was a low, guttural thing, the air leaving a body for the last time. Denver. His name was a whisper, a rustle of dry leaves. Then, louder, a crack in the porcelain of her voice. Denver. The investigation began in the blue and red pulse of police lights, staining the white clapboard house with alternating shame and alarm. Detective Miles, a man who moved with the weary grace of a retired boxer, took their statements in the living room. Celeste was a shattered vase held together only by the thin porcelain of her skin. She spoke in fragments, her hands trembling around a mug of tea she did not drink. Denver was a pillar of tense muscle, his answers clipped, his jaw a hard line. He was a man under pressure. You could see it in the way his eyes darted to the windows, to the doors, as if calculating the structural integrity of his own life. The facts were simple, brutally so. They had left their daughter, Maya, asleep in her crib at 7:45. They had gone next door to the Vances for a dinner party. They had returned at 11:20. The back door, the one leading to the garden, was unlocked. They never left it unlocked. The house had been quiet, too quiet. The Vances, Arthur and Cora, were the picture of concerned respectability. Arthur, an architect, spoke in measured, sympathetic tones, his hand resting on Cora's shoulder. Cora's eyes were red-rimmed, her distress a perfect performance. They had been with the couple the entire time, they said. They had heard nothing, seen nothing. The silence from the house next door had been, well, peaceful. Detective Miles listened. He heard the spaces between their words. He saw the way Celeste's eyes lingered on Denver when he wasn't looking, a flicker of something unnameable in their depths. He saw the way Denver's posture stiffened when Arthur Vance offered his condolences, a subtle territorial shift. The case was a pristine sheet of ice, and beneath it, dark water swirled. The days bled into one another, a monotony of dread. The news vans retreated, their hunger for the story sated by newer tragedies. The flyers with Maya's cherubic face faded on telephone poles. Inside the house, the silence was a physical presence, thick and suffocating. Celeste moved through the rooms like a ghost, her fingers tracing the dust on the mantelpiece, her ears straining for a cry that never came. She would stand for hours in the nursery, the air growing cold around her, remembering the weight of Maya in her arms, the specific smell of her scalp, a scent like sunshine and fresh bread. Denver buried himself in work. His construction business was on shaky ground, a fact he had kept from Celeste. Loans called in, a project stalled by permit issues. He started drinking, not the social wine from the Vance's dinner, but straight bourbon from a tumbler in the dark of his study. The financial pressure was a vice, and now this. He avoided the nursery, the very air in there accusing him. He had suggested they go to the Vances. He had been the one to insist they didn't need a babysitter for just a few hours. The investigation uncovered nothing. No fingerprints that shouldn't have been there. No foreign DNA, no witnesses. It was as if the baby had been plucked from her crib by a passing wind. Detective Miles felt the case growing cold in his hands. He turned his attention to the families. Celeste's mother, a woman with Celeste's same fragile bone structure but none of her softness, hinted at Denver's temper. He has a good provider, she said, but he has his father's pride. And that pride, it is a cold thing. Denver's father, a stern, retired judge, spoke of Celeste's nerves. She wasn't ready for motherhood. She had these spells. After the birth, we were worried. The seeds of doubt were planted, and they grew in the silent house. Celeste began to notice things. A smudge of dark soil on the pristine white floorboards of the hall, though Denver's boots were clean. The way Cora Vance would sometimes look at her from her own kitchen window, a look that was not quite pity, not quite curiosity, but something more calculating. One afternoon, searching for a pen in Denver's desk, Celeste found a key. It was small, tarnished silver, attached to a fob from a hotel she didn't recognize. The Royal Crest, a city 4 hours away. She did not confront him. The secret of the key became her own, a hard, cold stone in her gut. She began to follow him. She used the grocery money to hire a man, a sallow-faced individual who met her in diners and spoke in a low murmur. The reports came back mundane. Denver went to work. He met with suppliers. He went to a bar, but he never went near the Royal Crest. The narrative was shifting, the focus blurring. Was it a stranger, a phantom intruder? Was it Denver, desperate and cornered by debt, who had done the unthinkable? Was it Celeste in a postpartum fugue, a woman her own mother believed was unstable? The police had no answers. The community had its whispers. One rain-slicked night, the tension broke. Celeste, driven by a quiet, gathering madness, went to the Vances. She didn't ring the bell. She walked around the side of the modern, angular house Arthur had designed to the great glass wall that looked out onto the garden. The room was lit a stage, and there was Denver not in his own home but here, standing close to Cora Vance. He wasn't touching her. He was handing her an envelope. It was thick. Cora took it, her fingers brushing his, and her face was not the face of a grieving neighbor. It was the face of a woman concluding a business transaction. There was a sharp, knowing look in her eyes, a look that spoke of a long and complicated history. Celeste stumbled back, the wet grass soaking her shoes. The pieces, the wrong, terrible pieces, began to click into place. The dinner invitation, the unlocked door, Denver's secretive trips, the money. It wasn't an affair, it was something else, something colder. She confronted him that night, her voice a low, steady current in the dark bedroom. She told him what she had seen. For a long time, Denver was silent. Then the story came out, not in a flood, but in a slow, toxic leak. The business was drowning. Arthur Vance, his charming, successful neighbor, had offered a loan, a private loan. The terms were steep. The payments became impossible. The Vances had suggested a solution, a terrible, unthinkable solution. They knew a couple, they said, wealthy, desperate for a child, unable to adopt through conventional means. They would take the baby. They would pay a sum that would clear Denver's debts and leave a substantial amount for the Vances as their facilitators. It was only for a little while, they had said, just until you get back on your feet. A private adoption, they called it. You can have another child. Denver had agreed. He had left the door unlocked. He had sat through that dinner, laughing at Arthur's jokes while his daughter was taken from her crib. He had believed their lies, that it was temporary, that it was a financial transaction, a brutal but necessary solution. He was a fool, he sobbed, a weak, stupid fool. Celeste listened, and the world did not end. It simply narrowed to this point, this man broken on the floor before her, and the vast, empty space where her child used to be. There was no rage, there was only a cold, clear certainty. The police could not help. The law was a blunt instrument. The Vances had covered their tracks with the precision of architects. She went to see Cora the next day. The two women stood in the Vance's minimalist kitchen, a space of sharp angles and cold surfaces. Celeste did not accuse, she did not weep. She simply laid out the new reality, her voice hypnotic and calm. She knew. She had the key, a key Denver had gotten from Vance for a fake meeting, a key she now knew was meaningless, a prop in their play. She had the sallow-faced man's reports. She had her own certainty. "Where is she, Cora?" Cora Vance smoothed her silk blouse. She did not deny it. She merely looked at Celeste with a kind of clinical pity. "She is safe. She is with a family who can give her everything. A life you and Denver could never provide. You should be grateful." "I want her back." That, Cora said, her voice soft as a razor, is impossible. The transaction is complete. Any action you take will only result in pain. For you, for Denver, the money is gone, spent. You would have nothing, and you would still not have her. Celeste left the house. She walked back to her own home, to the silence. She looked at Denver, a hollowed-out man, and she felt nothing at all. The investigation, she knew, would remain officially open, a cold case file in a drawer. There was no evidence, only a story too sordid, too unbelievable for anyone to accept. Weeks turned into months, the seasons changed. One day, a for sale sign appeared in the Vances' perfect lawn. They were moving, it was said, for Arthur's work. They were gone within the month. Denver and Celeste did not speak of it again. They moved through the large, empty house, two satellites in a dead orbit. They ate meals together in silence. They slept in the same bed, their backs turned, a canyon of sheets between them. Life, in its most superficial definition, returned to normal. The crime, the mystery, receded, becoming a story they did not tell, a scar tissue over a wound that had never stopped bleeding. One afternoon, Celeste was in the garden. The air was warm, carrying the scent of cut grass and damp earth. She was pruning the rose bushes, her hands protected by thick leather gloves. Next door, a new family had moved in, a young couple with a baby. She could hear the child gurgling, a happy, bubbling sound. She could see the mother, a woman with a bright, untroubled face, pushing a stroller on the path behind the houses. Celeste watched them. Her hands continued their work, snipping a dead branch, then another. Her face was serene, a mask of perfect calm. She did not smile, she did not weep. She simply watched the mother and the child, her movements steady and precise, the snip of her shears a quiet, final sound in the warm, ordinary air. The sun was bright. The roses were beginning to bloom. It was as if nothing had ever happened at all. The sound of the shears was the only thing that kept her anchored, a sharp, metallic punctuation in the soft, living world. Snip, another branch fell. The new mother waved from the path, a gesture of friendly, naive neighborhoodness. Celeste's hand lifted in return, a slow, deliberate motion, a puppet-esque wave. The woman smiled and continued on, her attention returning to the cooing baby in the stroller. That night, Denver did not come home for dinner. Celeste ate alone at the long table, the clink of her fork against the plate echoing in the dining room. She did not wonder where he was, she knew. The Bourbon would be his only companion now, a more faithful one than she had ever been. When she heard his key in the lock long after midnight, she did not stir from her reading chair. She listened to his heavy, unsteady footsteps on the stairs, the groan of the floorboards as he passed the nursery door, the final, definitive click of the bedroom door closing. He would not come in here. He had not entered this room for months. The next morning she began to pack, not her things, not Denver-esque she started in the nursery. She folded the tiny clothes, the ones she had never been able to bring herself to box away, and placed them in a cardboard box. She took down the mobile, the felt stars collapsing silently. She stripped the crib of its sheet, the one that still in her mind held the ghostly impression of her daughter. She worked with a methodical, emotionless efficiency. She was not erasing Maya, she was building a tomb. When the nursery was empty, a hollow, dusty shell, she moved to the rest of the house. She packed away the photographs in which she and Denver were smiling, the ones from before. She left out only a few solitary pictures of herself. She cleared his study of his personal effects, stacking his ledgers and his blueprints in a corner for him to deal with. She was carving him out of the space, surgically, completely. Denver watched her for 2 days, his eyes bloodshot and bewildered. He was a stranger in his own home, a ghost she was systematically exorcising. On the 3rd day, as she was wrapping the wedding china in newspaper, he finally spoke, his voice raspy from disuse and drink. "What are you doing, Celeste?" She did not look up from her task. Leaving. "Leaving, this is your house." "No," she said, her voice flat. "It's a crime scene. I can't live in a crime scene anymore." He flinched. "Where will you go?" "That is no longer your concern." He was silent for a long time, standing in the doorway of the formal living room they had never used. "I'm sorry," he whispered. It was a dry, worthless husk of a word. Celeste placed a wrapped plate into a box. "I know you are," she said, "but your sorrow is a room I cannot enter. It has no windows and no door." She moved out the following week. She took only her clothes, her books, and the single box from the nursery. She rented a small, bright apartment across town, a place with no history, no ghosts, no shared walls with neighbors. The first night she slept there, the silence was different. It was not the heavy, waiting silence of the old house. It was a simple, empty silence. It was hers. She started a new life with the same methodical precision with which she had packed the old one. She got a job in a small library, shelving books. The quiet order of it soothed her. She spoke to no one about her past. She was just Celeste, the quiet woman who worked in the history section. One afternoon, shelving travelogues, she found a book about coastal towns in Maine. As she slid it into place, a photograph fell from between the pages. It was a picture of a child, a little girl with dark, curly hair and serious eyes, sitting on a sandy beach next to a red pail. It was not Maya. The girl was older, perhaps 3 or 4, but something in the shape of the eyes, the set of the mouth, sent a jolt through Celeste that was both painful and electric. She turned the photograph over. On the back, in a flowing script, was written, "Beach Day, Rockport." She did not believe in signs. She believed in the brutal, random machinery of the world, but she held onto the photograph. She did not put it back in the book. She slipped it into her pocket. That evening in her silent apartment, she taped it to the refrigerator, a single anonymous point of light in her new blank world. It was not hope. It was simply a fact. A child existed somewhere. Her child existed somewhere. And as long as that was true, the story was not over. It was simply waiting to be continued. The photograph became a quiet obsession. She did not rush to Maine. She was not a character in a thriller. She was a librarian, a woman who understood that research was a form of patience. She spent her evenings at the public internet terminal, her movements slow and deliberate. She searched for families in Rockport, for news articles about adoptions, for any fragment that might connect. She found nothing. The world was vast, and a child was a small, secret thing. She began with the key, the tarnished silver key from the Royal Crest Hotel. It was a dead end, she was sure, a prop as Cora had said, but it was the only physical object she had from the conspiracy. On her day off, she drove the 4 hours to the city. The Royal Crest was a grand old hotel, its lobby smelling of polish and faded grandeur. She approached the front desk, her heart a dull hammer in her chest, and showed the clerk the key. He was young, bored. "We haven't used physical keys like this in years," he said, barely looking at it. "We switched to key cards before I started." Celeste did not move. Is there anyone who might remember? A manager, a long-time employee. The clerk sighed, the put-upon sigh of youth. He went into a back office and returned with an older woman whose name tag read Gloria, head of housekeeping. Gloria took the key, her fingers, roughened by work, tracing its edges. She squinted. "This is old, all right, from the East Wing. We renovated that wing. Must be 5 years ago now, all new locks." "Who had these keys?" Celeste asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Guests, of course," Gloria said. Then she paused, thinking, "and the permanent residents." Celeste felt the air in the lobby grow still. Permanent residents. The East Wing had a few apartments for long-term stays. We got rid of them in the renovation, turned them all back into regular suites. Gloria handed the key back. "Sorry, I can't be more help." Permanent residence, a place to stay, anonymous for weeks or months at a time, a base of operations. Celeste drove home in a trance, the city lights blurring into streaks of gold. The Vances had not acted alone. They were the local face, the friendly neighbors, but someone else had been staying here close enough to execute the plan to take the baby and disappear. The couple, she thought, the wealthy, desperate couple the Vances had mentioned. They had been here in this hotel waiting. The discovery changed nothing and everything. It was another piece of a puzzle whose final picture she might never see. It confirmed the cold, professional nature of what had been done to them. This was not a crime of passion or a desperate, messy act. It was a transaction planned with the chilling efficiency of a business merger. She started a notebook, a simple, ruled composition book. On the first page, she wrote Rockport and taped the found photograph beside it. On the next, she wrote Royal Crest, East Wing permanent residence. She wrote down everything she remembered from the sallow-faced man's reports, the dates of Denver's supposed business trips, the exact shade of Cora Vance's calculating eyes. She was not building a case for the police. She was building a record for herself, a map of the void where her daughter had been. One evening, sorting through a donation of old local newspapers for the library's archives, she found it. It was a society page from nearly 2 years ago, a period she tried to never think about, the blur of early motherhood and sleepless nights. There was a photograph of Arthur and Cora Vance at a charity gala. They were smiling, arms linked, and standing next to Cora was a man she did not recognize. He was tall with a patrician calmness, his hand resting lightly on the shoulder of a woman whose face was turned slightly away from the camera. The caption read, "Arthur and Cora Vance with longtime friends, Alastair and Fiona Reed." The name meant nothing, but the woman, Fiona Reed, the angle of her head, the slender line of her neck, it triggered a memory, sharp and painful. The Vances' dinner party. The night it happened, this woman had been there. Celeste was sure of it. She had been quiet, almost withdrawn, seated in a corner of the sofa. She had asked Celeste polite, generic questions about motherhood, her voice soft, her eyes never quite meeting Celeste's. She had seemed sad. At the time, Celeste had thought it was just a reserved personality. Now, she saw it differently. It was the sadness of a woman who knew what was about to happen, who was there to see the mother of the child she was about to take. Celeste carefully tore the society page from the newspaper. The sound of the ripping paper was loud in the silent archive room. She smoothed it out on the table. Alastair and Fiona Reed. She did not search for them on the public terminal. That was too traceable, too digital. Instead, she went to the old, leather-bound directories of corporate registrations. She spent days cross-referencing, her fingers tracing down columns of names. She found an Alastair Reed listed as a principal in a private equity firm based in Boston. A firm with a reputation for quiet, ruthless efficiency. Boston was not far from Rockport. She closed the directory. The connection was thin, a thread of gossamer, but it was there. The Vances, the Reeds, the hotel, the money. It was a network. She looked at the photograph of the unknown child on her refrigerator, the little girl with the serious eyes. She did not know if it was Maya. It likely was not. But it was a placeholder for a possibility, a signal that children exist in the world and that one of them was hers. She would not go to the police. She had no evidence, only a story woven from suspicion and grief. She would not confront Denver. He was a broken tool, useless to her now. She sat in her quiet apartment, the notebook open before her, and she understood what she had to do. It would take time. It would take a kind of patience that felt like a form of dying. But she would find a way to look into the eyes of Alastair and Fiona Reed. She would find a way to know. The waiting was over. The hunt had begun. She started with the library's interlibrary loan system, a network of quiet inquiries that felt both safe and anonymous. She requested business journals, annual reports, anything that might mention Reed's firm or its partners. She learned about their investments, their corporate retreats, their charitable donations. She was building a profile not of a person, but of a pattern of life. She learned that Alastair Reed sat on the board of a maritime museum in a small coastal town just north of Rockport. It was a minor detail in a long list of affiliations, but it stood out to her, a single point of convergence. The photograph had said Rockport. The museum was in Camden. It was a thread, however fine. She used a portion of her savings, money Denver did not know she had, to hire a different kind of investigator. She found him through a labyrinthine path of references, a man who specialized in corporate due diligence and asked no personal questions. She gave him only the names Alastair and Fiona Reed and the name of the firm. She did not tell him why. She asked for photographs, addresses, routines, anything public. Weeks later, a plain manila envelope arrived at her post office box. Inside were crisp, telephoto lens images of a couple leaving a brownstone in Beacon Hill. Alastair Reed was exactly as he appeared in the society page, tall and composed. Fiona Reed was thinner than Celeste remembered, her face a mask of polite neutrality. There were no children in any of the pictures. There was also a real estate record for a property held under a trust, a coastal home in Camden, Maine. The following Saturday, Celeste drove north. It was not an impulsive trip. It was a reconnaissance. She wore sunglasses and a plain hat. She found the house first, a shingled modern structure perched on a rocky outcrop overlooking the sea. It was beautiful and severe, with large windows facing the water. It looked empty. She did not stop the car. She drove into the town of Camden itself, a picture postcard harbor filled with schooners. She bought a coffee and sat on a bench, watching the families stroll by. She felt a strange calm. This was no longer about emotion. It was a process. She was a librarian tracking down a lost volume. She visited the Maritime Museum. She paid the admission fee and wandered the exhibits, her eyes scanning not the displays of ship models and lobster traps, but the donor walls, the event calendars, the staff. She found his name on a brass plaque, a lead donor for a new wing. She learned that the museum hosted a gala every summer. It was a staple of the local social season. On her way out, she stopped in the gift shop. It was full of the usual trinkets, stuffed lobsters, nautical flags, books on sailing. And there on a spinning rack of local authors and children's books, she saw it, a picture book titled The Little Lobster Boat. The art was cheerful, bright, but it was the author's name that made the air leave her lungs. It was written under a pen name, a whimsical one, but Celeste knew with a certainty that was bone deep that it was Fiona Reed. The bio was brief, mentioning that the author lived by the sea in Maine with her family. Celeste bought the book. She held it in her hands, the weight of it insignificant, the meaning of it immense. She drove back to her apartment, the book on the passenger seat. She did not open it. She placed it on the kitchen table next to her notebook, a family. The bio said she lived with her family. The Camden Summer Gala was in 2 months. Celeste marked the date in her notebook. She began to plan. She would need a dress, a believable story, a way to get an invitation. She had no money for a ticket, but she knew the museum would need volunteers. She called them the next day, her voice warm and capable. She offered her services as a helper for the event, mentioning her experience organizing fundraisers for her previous library. They were grateful for the help. She hung up the phone and looked at the blank wall of her apartment. The silence was no longer empty. It was filled with purpose. She would stand in that room, she would see them. She would look into Fiona Reed's eyes and she would know. And then, only then, would she decide what to do next. The story was no longer waiting. She was turning the page herself. The dress was a simple black sheath, bought from a consignment shop and altered by her own hands. It was anonymous, appropriate for a server circulating with trays of champagne. On the night of the gala, she pinned her hair up and applied a minimal amount of makeup. She looked like any other capable, middle-aged woman helping out for a good cause. She was a ghost in the machine of the event. The museum was transformed. Twinkling lights were strung from the beams, and the scent of salt air mingled with perfume and past hors d'oeuvres. Celeste moved through the crowd with a practiced ease, her tray held steady. Her eyes, however, were constantly scanning. She saw Alistair Reed first. He held court near a display of historic diving suits, his laugh a confident, carrying sound. He was a man entirely at home in his world. It took her another 20 minutes to find Fiona. She was standing near a large window overlooking the dark harbor, slightly separate from a lively group. She held a glass of wine but did not drink from it. She looked as she had in the photographs, elegant and remote, a sculpture of a woman. Celeste took a deep breath, the first she felt she had taken all night. She navigated the crowd, offering her tray, until she was standing beside her. "Canap?" Celeste asked, her voice a neutral, servile murmur. Fiona Reed turned, her eyes a pale, washed-out blue, glanced at the tray and then at Celeste. "No, thank you," she said. Her voice was soft, just as Celeste remembered from that terrible night. It was the moment. Celeste let her gaze linger for a second too long, a flicker of recognition that was not part of her role. She allowed a slight, confused frown to touch her lips. "I'm sorry," Celeste said, her tone shifting from server to guest. "You look so familiar. Have we met, perhaps at a function in Boston?" Fiona's polite mask tightened almost imperceptibly. Her eyes focused on Celeste, really looking at her for the first time. Celeste watched, her own heart a frozen stone in her chest, as the process of recognition began in Fiona's mind. She saw the slight widening of the pupils, the tiny, almost invisible tremor in the hand that held the wine glass. It was not the blank politeness one offers a stranger. It was the dawning horror of seeing a ghost. "I don't believe so," Fiona said, but her voice had lost its smoothness. It was brittle. "Of course, my mistake," Celeste said, her smile benign. "It must have been someone else." She gave a slight nod and moved away, melting back into the crowd of black jackets and shimmering dresses. She did not look back. She did not need to. The confirmation was in that tremor, in that flicker of panic. Fiona Reed knew her. She knew the woman from whom her child had been taken. Celeste continued her duties for another hour, a study in quiet efficiency. She saw Fiona whisper something to Alistair, saw his head snap up, his eyes scanning the room with a new, sharp intensity. The hunt was no longer one-sided. They knew she was here. The game had changed. At the end of the night, as she helped stack chairs, the event coordinator pressed an envelope into her hand. "A small thank you," the woman said. Inside was a $50 bill. Celeste drove home through the deep night, the money crumpled in her fist. She felt no triumph, only a cold, clear certainty. She had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had flinched. They were not monsters of myth. They were people, and afraid people made mistakes. She walked into her silent apartment and stood before the photograph on the refrigerator, the little girl with the serious eyes. "It's you, isn't it?" she whispered to the empty room. The phone rang, shattering the silence. It was a sound that never happened in this apartment. She stared at the old landline phone on the wall, its ring shrill and alarming. No one had that number. No one but the library, and they would not call at this hour. She walked over and lifted the receiver. There was a pause on the other end, a silence filled with the hum of a long-distance line. Then a voice, cultured, male, and cold as ice, spoke a single sentence. "Stop digging in gardens where you don't belong." The line went dead. Celeste stood holding the receiver, the dial tone buzzing in her ear. It was not Denver, it was not the police. It was Alistair Reed. He had found her. The silence in her apartment was no longer a refuge. It was a vacuum, and it had just been broken. She placed the receiver back in its cradle with a slow, deliberate motion. The plastic clicked into place, a sound as final as a coffin lid closing. They had her number. They knew where she lived. The thought should have terrified her, and a part of her, the old part, did feel a cold trickle of fear. But a larger part, the part that had been forged in the quiet fire of the last 2 years, felt a grim satisfaction. She had provoked them. She had forced a reaction. They were no longer untouchable ghosts. They were people who could be rattled. She did not pack a bag. She did not flee into the night. That was what they would expect a frightened woman to do. Instead, she went to her notebook. She wrote down the date, the time, and the exact words of the phone call. She described the voice, the cadence, the chilling precision of the threat. It was evidence of a sort. The next morning, she went to work as usual. She reshelved books, helped a high school student find sources for a paper on the Industrial Revolution, and drank bitter coffee from the staff room. The ordinary world had not changed, but she moved through it like a spy. She was hyper-aware of every car that slowed near the library, every unfamiliar face that walked through the doors. After her shift, she drove to a large electronics store in a neighboring town, paying with cash from the envelope the event coordinator had given her. She bought a simple, voice-activated recorder. Then she went to a different store and bought a cheap, prepaid mobile phone. She activated it under a false name, using the store's public Wi-Fi. When she got home, she unplugged her landline phone and packed it away in a closet. Let them call that number. Let them whisper their threats into a dead line. The prepaid phone was for her investigator, a single, secure point of contact. The recorder she placed in the pocket of her favorite cardigan, its tiny red eye ready to glow at the sound of a voice. A week passed in an eerie calm. The silence felt like a held breath. Then on a rainy Thursday, a letter arrived. It was not in a threatening plain envelope, but in a thick cream-colored one, her address written in an elegant looping hand. Inside was a single sheet of high-quality stationery. The message was brief. "Celeste, we believe a misunderstanding has occurred. It would be beneficial for all parties if we could speak. Discretion is, of course, paramount. Please indicate a public place where we might meet for coffee." It was signed with a single initial, F. Fiona, not Alistair. It was Fiona who was reaching out, the softer approach, the plea for understanding. Celeste read the note 3 times, then placed it in a clear plastic sleeve before adding it to her notebook. She felt a strange, detached curiosity. What story would Fiona Reed tell? What justification could she possibly offer? She used her new phone to send a single text to the number her investigator had provided. It contained only 2 words, Camden Property. She needed to know if the Reeds were there, if this proposed meeting was a trap on their home turf. The reply came an hour later. The Reeds had been seen at their Boston brownstone. They were in the city. Celeste wrote her reply on a plain piece of paper, photographing it with the prepaid phone to send as a text. She did not use her own handwriting. She cut the words from a magazine and glued them down, a childish tactic that felt strangely potent. The public garden, the bridge over the pond, tomorrow, 2 p.m., come alone. She arrived an hour early, finding a bench with a clear view of the swan boats and the small, ornate bridge. The recorder was in her bag, its microphone pointed toward the seat next to her. The day was bright, the garden full of tourists and nannies with strollers. It was the most public place she could think of. At exactly 2 o'clock, she saw Fiona. She was alone, dressed in a simple but expensive-looking linen shift, a large pair of sunglasses hiding her eyes. She walked slowly toward the bridge, her posture rigid. Celeste waited 5 minutes, then stood and walked to meet her. They stood on the bridge, side by side, looking down at the ducks paddling below. For a long moment, neither spoke. The sounds of the city were a distant hum. "It wasn't supposed to happen like that," Fiona said finally, her voice so low Celeste had to lean in to hear it. "How was it supposed to happen?" Celeste asked, her own voice flat, devoid of emotion. Fiona took a shaky breath. "We were told it was an adoption, a private, closed adoption. The mother was young, unstable. She couldn't care for the child. We were desperate. We were told it was a gift." Celeste said nothing. She let the lie hang in the air between them, let its flimsy structure become apparent. Fiona took off her sunglasses. Her eyes were red-rimmed. "When I saw you that night, at the party, I felt sick. I knew it was wrong, but it was too late. She was already ours." Celeste turned her head slowly, meeting Fiona's watery gaze. "Her name is Maya." A single tear traced a path down Fiona's cheek. "She's happy, she's loved, she has everything." "Except her mother," Celeste said. She did not say it with anger, but with a simple, devastating truth. Fiona flinched as if struck. "What do you want? Money. We can provide for you. You could have a different life, a better life." Celeste looked back at the water. A swan boat glided past, filled with laughing children. She thought of the little girl in the photograph on her refrigerator, the one who may or may not be Maya. She thought of the notebook and the key and the long, patient hunt. "I don't want your money," she said softly. "I want to see her. I want to see my daughter." Fiona Reed went very still. The sadness on her face hardened into something else, something cold and resolute. The performance was over. "That," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper, "is the one thing that can never happen." She turned and walked away, her steps quick and sharp on the bridge's wooden planks. Celeste did not watch her go. She stood perfectly still, her hand in her bag, feeling the faint warmth of the recorder. She had not gotten a confession, not exactly, but she had gotten something just as valuable. She had gotten the truth of their lie, and she had seen the steel beneath Fiona's fragile facade. They would not give Maya up, which meant Celeste would have to take her back. The word take echoed in her mind, a stark and terrifying verb. It implied a force, a rupture, a final, irreversible act. It was a word that lived in the same dark neighborhood as the one Denver had used all those years ago. But this would be different. This would not be for money. It would be for a life. She walked back to her car, the recorder a heavy secret in her bag. She drove not to her apartment, but to the library. It was her fortress, her place of order. In the quiet of the genealogy section, surrounded by the histories of thousands of families, she listened to the recording. Fiona's voice, strained and pleading, then cold and final, filled her headphones. It wasn't supposed to happen like that. It was an admission of guilt, wrapped in the gauze of self-pity. We were told. It placed the blame on a faceless intermediary, a ghost in their own machine. Celeste made a digital copy and stored it in 3 different places. A cloud drive, a small USB drive she wore on a chain around her neck, and a second copy on the prepaid phone. She would not be caught without it. The next step was the most dangerous. She had to confirm beyond any doubt that the child living with the Reeds was her Maya. The photograph from the society pages was not enough. She needed a current image, a school record, a medical file, something that would tether the ghost in the picture to the living, breathing girl. She knew the Reeds would be on high alert now. Their homes would be watched, their routines tightened. The soft approach had failed. Alistair's cold threat was their true nature. She would not be able to get close to them physically again. So she turned back to the one piece of the puzzle that had always felt out of place, the one that didn't fit the narrative of a perfect, wealthy family. The children's book, The Little Lobster Boat, written under a pen name but authored by Fiona, a book about a family. She took it from her shelf and for the first time opened it. She read the simple story of a little boat and its fishermen, of storms weathered and a safe return to harbor. The illustrations were idyllic, peaceful. But it was the dedication page that stopped her. In small, elegant type it read, "For my little sailor who reminds me that every tide turns." It was a common, sentimental dedication, but to Celeste it felt like a clue. A sailor, a nautical term, it could be nothing, or it could be everything. She spent the next 2 days in the library, not as a clerk, but as a researcher. She cross-referenced the name of the book's illustrator with private schools in the Boston area that had a sailing team or a strong maritime focus. She looked into pediatric offices near Beacon Hill that specialized in allergies, remembering a fleeting note in her original, stolen file about a potential dairy sensitivity. It was a shot in the darkest of nights. Then she found it tucked away in the community section of a local newspaper's website, a small photo from a charity regatta for children. The caption listed the participants, and there, third from the left, was a girl named Maya Reed. She was holding a small trophy, her smile hesitant, her eyes the same serious, deep-set eyes from the photograph in Celeste's kitchen. She was taller, her baby fat gone, but it was her. It was Maya. Celeste printed the picture. She held it next to the old, grainy photo. There was no question. The connection was made. The ghost had a name, a school, a life. The knowledge was a fire in her chest. It was also a cage. Knowing where Maya was made the distance between them feel infinite. She could not simply walk up to the gate of her private school. She could not approach the Reeds' home. Alistair's threat was not an empty one. He had resources, influence. He could have her arrested, committed, disappeared. She needed leverage. The recording was a start, but it was her word against theirs, a lowly library clerk against a powerful couple. She needed something that would force them to the table, something that would make giving Maya back the least terrible of their bad options. She thought of the key, the small, tarnished key that had started it all. It was for a safety deposit box. She had always assumed it was in a bank local to Denver, but he had operated all over the state. What if it wasn't for money? What if it was for insurance? Denver was in a minimum security prison, his sentence a long, dull stretch of years. He had never responded to her one letter. She had nothing to offer him, no reason for him to help her. But she had to try. She had to know what was in that box. She wrote him a second letter. This one was not a plea. It was a transaction. "I know about the Reeds," she wrote. "I have seen my daughter. The key you gave me is useless without the location. Tell me which bank, and I will make sure you have a comfortable retirement inside. No one else has to know about the other things, just the name of the bank." She was bluffing. She had no knowledge of other things. But Denver was a man who always kept secrets. He would assume she knew more than she did. She mailed the letter and waited, the silence of her apartment now filled with the ticking of an invisible clock. Every day that passed was a day Maya grew older in a house built on a lie. The reply came not from Denver, but from his lawyer, a terse email forwarded by her investigator to the prepaid phone. It contained a single line, First National Trust, Boulder, Box 718. Celeste took a day off work, citing a family emergency. The drive to Boulder was long, the mountains a stark, beautiful backdrop to her grim purpose. The bank was an old, imposing building of carved stone. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she presented the key and her ID to the clerk. She half expected alarms to sound, for security to descend upon her. but the clerk simply nodded, led her to a private room, and brought her a long metal box. She lifted the lid. There were no stacks of cash, no bearer bonds. Instead, she found a sealed manila envelope, brittle with age. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was a contract, a cold, clinical document outlining the terms of the adoption. The names of the birth parents were listed as unknown. The adoptive parents were Alistair and Fiona Reed. The fee paid to the intermediary, a company called New Dawn Facilitators, was a number that made Celeste's breath catch. But it was the notary's seal and signature at the bottom that sent a jolt through her system. The signature was sharp, precise, and utterly familiar. It was the same elegant hand that had written the letter asking her to meet in the public garden. It was Fiona's signature. Fiona had not just been a desperate, misled adoptive mother. She had been part of the machinery. She had notarized the document that erased Celeste's motherhood. The lie she had told on the bridge was now exposed in ink and paper. She had looked Celeste in the eye and claimed she was told it was a gift, all while her own signature was on the bill of sale. This was not just leverage, this was a weapon. Celeste photographed every inch of the document with the prepaid phone. She placed the original back in the envelope and the envelope back in the box. She walked out of the bank into the bright Colorado sunlight, the ghost of Fiona's signature burning behind her eyes. She now held a truth that could shatter their perfectly constructed world. The question was no longer if she could get Maya back, but how to use this without destroying her daughter in the process. She had to be a surgeon, not a bomb. She got into her car and started the long drive home, the path forward still shrouded, but the power in her hands now real and terrifying. She stopped at a rest area halfway home, the car idling in a parking space overlooking a steep valley. The sun was setting, casting long shadows. She took out the prepaid phone and composed a new message, this one for Fiona. She did not use cut-out words. She used her own, typed with a steady thumb. I have the New Dawn contract. I have your signature. You have 1 week to arrange for me to see Maya. A real meeting, not in your home, somewhere neutral. If you do not, this document and the recording of our conversation will be sent to the Boston Globe, the district attorney, and the Department of Children and Families. You can explain to Maya, when she is old enough to understand, why her family was torn apart on the front page of the newspaper. She read it over once, then pressed send. There was no going back. She had thrown a lit match into the dry tinder of their lives. The response was almost immediate. The phone vibrated in her hand. It was not a text. It was an incoming call. The number was blocked. Celeste took a deep breath, her thumb hovering over the record button on the other phone. She answered. It's me. It was Alistair's voice. The cultured, icy tone was gone, replaced by a raw, simmering fury. You stupid, reckless woman. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I know exactly what I'm doing, Celeste said, her voice calm, belying the frantic beating of her heart. You think this is a game. You think you can blackmail us. He spat the words. We will bury you. We will drag your name through such filth that no one will ever believe a word you say. Then you will be burying your own daughter's future alongside mine, Celeste replied. The document is real. The recording is real. I have nothing left to lose, Alistair. You have everything. There was a long silence on the other end, broken only by the sound of his ragged breathing. She could picture him in his paneled study, his perfect world cracking at the foundations. She had shifted the balance of power. What do you want? He finally asked, the fight gone from his voice, replaced by a weary calculation. I told Fiona I want to see my daughter, 1 meeting, 1 week. And if we agree, you will destroy the evidence. No, Celeste said, I will keep it safe. It is my insurance that Maya will eventually know the truth, the whole truth. But if you cooperate, if you do the right thing now, I will ensure that truth is delivered with compassion, not with a subpoena. That is the only deal on the table. He hung up. Celeste sat in the car as darkness fell completely, the lights in the valley below twinkling like distant stars. She had drawn a line in the sand. She had forced the dragon to look at her. Now she had to wait to see if it would breathe fire or surrender. The drive home was a blur. The following days were a test of nerve. She went to work, she reshelved books, she smiled at patrons, all while feeling like a wire stretched taut, waiting for a spark. 5 days after her ultimatum, a plain, typed letter arrived at the library addressed to her. No return address. It contained a single sentence: Saturday, 10 a.m. The Children's Museum. She will be in the ocean exhibit. Come alone. It was not a generous offer. It was a controlled environment, a place where a scene would be noticed, where she could be watched and managed. But it was a start. It was a crack in the wall they had built around her child. That Saturday, Celeste stood outside the museum long before it opened, her hands shoved deep in her pockets. She felt hollowed out, a vessel of pure anticipation and fear. When the doors opened, she moved with the first wave of families, a ghost among the living. She made her way to the ocean exhibit, a dark room lit by the blue glow of massive aquariums. And then she saw her. Maya was sitting on a carpeted step, her small face upturned toward a tank of drifting jellyfish. She was alone, a tiny figure in a bright yellow dress. Celeste's breath caught. She was more beautiful than any photograph, her features a perfect, heartbreaking blend of memory and newness. Celeste moved slowly, as if through deep water, and sat down on the step a few feet away. Maya glanced at her, a brief, curious look, then turned back to the jellyfish. They look like they're breathing, the little girl said, her voice soft and clear. Celeste could not speak. She could only nod, her throat tight with a pain so immense it felt like joy. She simply watched her daughter, memorizing the curve of her cheek, the way she tucked her hair behind her ear, the quiet intensity of her observation. This was not an end. It was a beginning, a first, fragile thread connecting them. She knew the fight was far from over, that the Reeds were watching from some hidden vantage point, that the legal and emotional battles would be long and brutal. But in that blue-lit room, with the silent, pulsing jellyfish, none of that mattered. She had found her daughter, and for this single, stolen moment, that was everything.